All right. So last time in Avernus, you was gonna say talk to a spicy boy, but that's how I started last session. So you arrived at you drove from the forge to a wrecked of a wreck of a flying fortress, along which you encountered a number of firestorms and a tower full of dragons, as well as briefly spotting in one of the other road gangs that was hanging around. You arrived at said flying fortress and met, among other things, a number of slugs, some pointy birds, and you re-encountered Gideon Lightward, who had met previously with Yarlo and who you'd all kind of heard of previously back when you were on El Terrell proper. You were there to in an attempt to find 6 adamantine rods for Bell, who sent you to go find them. And you did as such. You found a safe in which were the 6 adamantine rods, which you acquired sneakily without Gideon or I believe anyone else knowing. On your way out, you saw once again Barnabas the Flame Skull and Chunka and Clonk from Fort Knucklebone, who you talked to briefly, and they interacted with their entourage of Red Caps and Mad Caps before leaving the fortress proper, headed back, presumably back toward the forge, if I remember correctly. And on your way, noticed that there was a swarm of gnolls coming at you from the opposite direction. I believe I used the terminology blanketing the landscape for the number of gnolls that there were, and that is certainly true. So there are a huge quantity of these humanoid hyena figures storming across the rocky landscape in your direction. They're not blocking. So you are between the horde and the forge. So the way back you came is unobstructed, but they are coming toward you. They're moving quite quickly. Quickly to the extent of which, yeah. So you noticed also one of the last things you noticed was the road gang of wereboars and were-rats you had seen before had been descended upon by these gnolls, and they don't appear to be operational. But out from that area, as you are driving away, you hear the familiar rev of infernal engines. And out from the greater substance of the hordes, you see a triage of vehicles tearing out toward the group of you, piloted by these gnolls. One of which is this quite large, heavy vehicle with a pincer-like mouth on the front of it. This kind of claw. This. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh,
Crunch, crunch.
a chomper.
The Chomper. Yeah, that's what it's called. In addition to hyenas piloting it and a couple additional gnolls holding on to the outside of it. Beside that are running 2 Devil's Rides, the motorcycle-like vehicles that Barnaby is currently, much like Barnaby is currently driving. And they're headed directly toward you. Now would probably be a decent time to roll initiative.
Yes.
Guys.
Should I roll initiative for the vehicle I am driving?
Roll initiative
for
for
myself?
yourself.
Okay.
I rolled a 7.
That'll be a 6 from me.
An
Ooh.
11
I'll
for
roll for
Gus.
Lulu as well. Lulu's here.
Lulu is here.
So Lulu got a 6. Oh boy, we're all just writing these not so great numbers. Also, I just found out, Yarlo, that I did the same thing as you did, so fuck. Hold on,
Yeah,
I need to get some of my
does not
spells
feel good,
back.
does it?
This sucks. At least I do remember what I had, because I did use my spells, but...
Shit, if I'm gonna go on first.
Because I had...
Shout out to having only one spell.
0 spells for me.
I can relearn these real fucking quick. God damn it.
Are people throwing their... They are throwing their initiative in chat. How delightful. So 7... Still have the elephant icon on D&D Beyond.
Look, I mean, there's no other better icon to use, so why not use
it? It does function well.
It does.
If you want a soundtrack, there's a specific track from Fury Road that would do very well.
I was just gonna put on Gladiator for Doom, but okay.
Bonus action.
All right. So, to set up how this is, you are probably... you're not probably. You are. Some distance away from the fallen fortress. The horde the horde proper is some distance behind you, probably a couple miles. But the vehicles they've looted from the other wasteland gang are coming up on you fast. The terrain's pretty rocky, and it's rough in places, but for the most part, it's pretty smooth. There are rocky features around you if you would like to maneuver in specific ways. But other than that, it's a pretty straight shot from here to the forge, unless you want to take some serious detours.
Are there any sort of large rock formations, like narrow passes, that we can see?
There can be.
Yeah.
But first up is Yarlo. The other vehicles are gaining fast. They're probably... how fast does that move? 200 feet behind you. So in maybe a round or two, they'll be here. In a round, they'll be here.
Well, I'm gonna, because Spiritual Weapon is a bonus action, I'm gonna use a bonus action and cast a 4th level Spiritual Weapon.
Okay.
And just kind of burn that slot. I've been trying to figure out what to do. Are they within range? They're not within 30 feet then, probably.
No, they're about 200 feet behind you.
200. Let me see. Is this concentration? Yes. Can't do that. Hold up. Let me see. Is spiritual weapons concentration? No. Can I... They're not going to be here next turn?
They will be here next turn.
Next turn. Okay. So if I hold an action, would I be able to use it?
If they act before your next round, which having you going, since you're going first, is unlikely.
Okay, okay. Then I'm going to do... Fuck me.
Arliss is on deck.
I think concentration? Yes. Why is everything I have concentration? I'm gonna just pass my turn for now because I don't really think there's a whole lot that I can do to help at this point.
Sure.
I'm just gonna have spiritual weapon up and ready.
Doing some preparing.
That's reasonable.
All right, Arliss, you've got a round until the Knoll vehicles catch up with you. Gus,
right.
you're on deck.
First off, can I have the stats for the harpoon?
Yes.
Because that was never sent to me if I'm going to be the one manning it.
Here, I'll throw the vehicle stuff in the chat again.
Okay.
And
You're looking for the harpoon on the Tormentor. It's part of the base stat block.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So yeah, +7 to hit, 120 feet range, 2d8 plus 2 damage.
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible I can infuse the harpoon with my arcane shot?
That sounds rad. So yes,
Yeah. I think that could be really fucking cool.
it's just a big arrow, really.
That's why I want to get confirmation. So there's 2 of like the motorcycle things and then 1 tormentor, correct?
And
Okay.
the 2 motorcycles are moving faster than the grinder. There's a demon grinder coming after you.
I want to take out one of the Devil's Rides.
You want to go for it?
I want to infuse the harpoon with grasping arrow. I want to try to take out the wheel.
They're 200 feet away currently.
Okay.
The thrower has a range of 120 feet. You can hold your action to see, so when they get their turn, you can fire on them once they're in range.
Okay. Yeah, can I hold
If they act
them?
before your next turn, then yeah, absolutely.
So, since I have 2 attacks, though, I would only get the 1, right?
Right.
Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and, like, start infusing then.
Okay, so holding actions, you get multiple attacks as part of a singular attack action, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In that case, if you hold your action to attack, because this isn't an attack of opportunity or anything like that, since you're holding your action to attack, you will still get multiple attacks.
Perfect. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna hold my action then.
Rad. Okay. Gus, you've got a round until they're here. Advocate, you're on deck.
Yeah, I am currently driving the vehicle, so I'm assuming I am probably just going to keep doing that and trying to navigate the landscape, I suppose.
Yeah, you can...
I don't think leaving the cockpit is probably the best idea.
I mean, you know, it's a decision you can make.
Sure is a choice.
Just put a brick on the pedal. We're good.
So you're holding her steady, basically. Is your option. Okay, awesome. In that case, I'll let you, since you're driving, that is your action station, is you're driving and steering.
Yes.
Since you're not taking any other actions, I'll let you aid one of the other characters if you would like to, which would be to give them advantage on whatever they're doing. So for the harpooners, you can hold particularly steady to try and give them better aim, or you can, to give them better avoidance, you can try and like be swerving a bit.
Okay.
If you would like to attempt to.
So I just do that
aid
like
another
once a
character.
turn, basically.
For this turn, there's probably going to be other stuff you'll want to do after this turn.
I'll hold it steady for the sick harpoon shot.
Okay, cool. So you'll almost definitely get advantage on that attack for the first one. Advocate, you're up. Barnaby, you're on deck. You got 1 turn until the Knoll vehicles arrive.
I do have a question about, I guess, we're in motion. We are currently moving.
Correct. I believe Gus referred to, said he was flooring it at the end of last session, which would mean you are moving at 100 feet per second. You can dash with the vehicle to move it an additional 100 feet per second each round, but that will burn extra fuel.
Right. My question is, so a lot of my spells are like based on a specific range or placing them in a spot and then leaving them. If we are moving really fast and we move out of range, does that break the spell?
Depends on the spell. Most of the spells that are AoE are stationary, meaning that you cast them within a range. They exist in that range. You'll whiz past that range. Those spells will continue to exist behind you.
Okay. Even
unless you break concentration.
Okay, cool.
But they won't exist a fixed position from you. They will exist in a fixed position.
Okay.
So if you cast an AoE like 30 feet behind you, it'll be 30 feet behind you for the 1 second that it is 30 feet away from you, and then it'll be 130 feet away from you next.
Right. That's fine.
Cool.
My only concern is, will I be able to maintain it?
Yes.
Which, yeah, that sounds good.
It would also be reasonable to cast AoE spells on if you can target. Oh no, because vehicles. I was gonna say you can target them on vehicles, but they count as creatures, so it wouldn't work. Quite
Yeah, and I don't think I would want to do this to that to this. So, I'm gonna throw up wall of fire behind us.
Okay, cool.
So
can you describe what that does?
Yep. The range area is 120 feet. It's concentration up to a minute. You create a wall of fire on a solid surface within range, so I'm just going to kind of target the ground right behind us.
Gotcha.
You make a wall up to 60 feet long, 20 feet high, and 1 foot thick.
How wide?
60 feet long, 1 foot thick.
Cool.
And 20 feet high.
Gotcha.
And yeah, and it just lasts for the duration of that minute. When the wall appears, each creature within its area must make a dexterity saving throw. They're behind us, so they're not quite there yet.
I'm gonna guess they will be.
If they decide to go through the wall, then absolutely. But that's only if they're within it. The rules for when they enter it is different.
All right, keep those on hand.
Yeah, I'll have that open.
All right, ready? All right, is that your turn?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, Barnaby, you're up. Yarlo, you're on deck.
Okay. So the first thing Barnaby's going to do is Barnaby's gonna do a stunt on the Devil's Ride. Barnaby wants to
A stunt.
like swerve, if you may imagine, swerve the Devil's Ride such that without losing too much forward momentum, he turns himself around such that he's facing now the wall of fire and the enemies beyond it.
Are you driving backwards?
Rad, go ahead and roll to
But
stun.
not losing forward momentum.
So you're gonna have to go ahead and make a dex
Try
check
to get
using
reversed.
the ride's dexterity.
May I add my vehicle proficiency bonus to this?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
Alrighty.
Did you just fucking whip this thing?
Alright. I am going to add that's going to be a 13 then.
All right, so you pass. So may I?
Or sorry, a 12.
Still passes.
Yeah, but yeah.
May I?
Yes.
So the terrain's still pretty rocky. We're not into like the sandy bit of the plains currently. You see a particularly pertinent rock. Line up for it. Right before you hit it, you pull back a little bit on the bike, so just your back wheel has tension, and then you pull it up off of the rock so that you're in full midair. Twist it around so it's pointed the right direction, and quick slam the throttle the opposite direction, which there's this like really loud screech as the wheels like come to a halt and then start spinning again the other direction, and you hit the ground again, back wheel first, zooming the other direction facing the gnolls approaching you. It's
fucking
sick.
moves.
Alright.
Mission accomplished. Radical.
And then Barnaby is like, going to raise his lance in the air, and I just like to imagine I'm going to cast a second level thunder. Wait, can I do a second level thunderous smite? No, I can't. Well, I'm going to do a first level thunderous smite, and which is just as sort of preparation, and that's going to be a bonus action. So just imagine that Barnaby's lance just starts to ring and boom with just this thunderous sound, and he levels the lance. And for my action, I'd like to prepare an action.
Okay.
The first Devil's Ride I see coming through that, I would like to charge and attack the enemy rider.
Rad. Okay, cool. So you're like prepped for when something approaches. You're gonna like hit. I guess you'd hit the brakes in that case to rush toward them.
Yeah, the first Devil's Ride, I guess, is the thing.
Sounds good. All right. So the vehicles running towards you have caught up. They're either within 100. They're within 120 feet and closing. Meaning it is at first, Yarlo, you've got one more chance, but now they're all in range. They're somewhere between 50 and 100 feet away from you. By in range, I mean they're closer than they were before.
Yeah, let's see. How many feet did you say?
50 to 100.
Excellent. So right at the edge of my range for this spell, then 60 feet. Command. I'd like to cast command on someone within 60 feet of me.
Take your pick.
Are they all like motorcycles, or do we have
So there are 2 motorcycles with 2 gnolls each on them, and there is one demon grinder, which is this big clunky thing with a mouth on the front of it, that's carrying like somewhere between 6 and 8.
Is the demon grinder ahead or behind of the motorcycle?
Behind the rides. It's a little slower.
All right. Are they riding, say, I don't know, in a line by chance?
More like a V, like with the grinder at the back and the rides flanking them.
Shit.
I'm fine with saying the grinder's within range, though.
Well, so here's what I want to have happen. This is my plan, whether I can make it work or not. My idea is to cast command. If it works, tell them to turn or to halt. The turn would be to crash into the other bikes, and the halt would be for the bike to stop into the metal grinder.
Gotcha.
So, is there any way that I can make either of those work? Actually, can I make the other bike turn into the other bike?
Yeah, I think if you use the word like smash, command word smash, command word #smash, then
Becky,
I think
smash.
it would work, or crash, or wreck, or some sort of mayhem, vehicular mayhem verb. Your intent will come across.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll do that on the motorcycle.
Collide maybe would be a good pick.
Yeah. Let's
all right.
Let's do that.
So that is a what kind of roll?
Wisdom. Yep, wisdom save 14.
All right. On one of the bikes.
On one of the bikes. Yep.
Sure is a 20. So you see the driver of that particular bike like perk up for a moment, and just like, and start kicking forward. And as it kicks forward, it enters your range, Arliss.
Is it Arliss's turn technically?
Unless you have something else to do.
Yeah.
Well, since that didn't work, I do have a spiritual weapon. It also has a range of 60 feet.
Just hit it, also.
So, since that didn't work, I'm just going to send this spiritual hammer to go fuck it right in the face, I guess.
Absolutely, go for it.
I guess. That was a nat 20.
Go
Oh
do
my
a bonk.
All
right.
God. Bonk.
Remember, the vehicles do have pretty high
Bonk.
ACs.
Still.
1d8 plus 3. No, that's not right. It should be 2d8. So 2d8. And then do I get to do 2? So would it then be 48 since it's...
Correct. You'll roll twice the number of dice.
So that is an 8 and a 6. That's 14 plus an 8 and an 8. Oh, baby. All right. So that's going to be 33 damage to that biker then?
Yeah. You sure do.
Yup.
The biker.
Well-
the biker.
Yup.
The bike. The damage overflows into the bikers typically.
Okay.
Or you were aiming for the pilot, correct? Or were you aiming? Are you trying to beat the shit out of the vehicle?
I was aiming for the pilot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, if you take the pilot out, you take the bike out for the most part.
Sure.
Yeah.
Somebody else decides to climb the fucking.
So that's a little over 30 damage, right?
Yeah, it was 33.
Yeah. How do you just completely maul this individual Knoll pilot with this spiritual weapon in front of the one directly behind it on the bike?
I think what happens is it lifts its head because of the command word and is like, huh, what? And then since I noticed that doesn't happen, I just kind of like shoot out this hammer and it like Looney Tunes style like winds itself up and just bats it right off.
Amazing. So just like with like a pretty gruesome crunch, this Knoll just gets launched off the side of the bike into the terrain, hurtling 100 feet per 6 seconds, fast below them.
It's not good, yeah.
No, and the Knoll behind is just like, oh, and just like quick, like reaches forward to grab the controls of the bike and trying to keep it as it kind of swivels forward. Gus, it sounds like you're trying to say stuff, but you're coming through pretty choppy.
Yeah.
Oh, rip. I'm not
you're
really
fine now.
trying to say anything. Okay.
Maybe it was just coming through weird. You're good. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't missing anything. Yeah. So the bikers move forward, accelerate toward your tormentor, which means that either are within range for you, Arliss. Either the one with 2 bikers on it or the one with the single left.
I'm gonna go the one with the 2 bikers.
All right.
I can see through the wall of fire, right?
You can. Oh, speaking of the wall of fire, thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
Very
Go
briefly.
ahead.
As the 2 zoom forward, the one with 2 pilots is going to attempt to make a maneuver to avoid it, as the bikes themselves are fairly nimble. And it is 60 feet across, so there's a chance they could get around the side of it. Let's see. Juke. What's the saving throw? No. So the one with 2 on it, like, swerves to get out of the way, loses traction on the back wheel, so they end up turning, skidding, and then piloting straight through it. And the one with a single rider on it ends up just doesn't have the presence of mind to both like jump on the controls and steer away, and also ends up going through it. So what happens when you drive directly through a wall of fire, Hannah?
Well, I'll read what happens when you drive through a wall of fire. Well, are they driving like right through it, or
Yep,
do they end up
just
in
straight through it?
Well,
it's a foot wide, and they're moving like 70 feet or like 30 feet a second. So
I'll just read what it says. One side of the wall selected by you, so the side facing them. deals 5d8 fire damage to each creature that ends its turn within 10 feet of that side or inside the wall. A creature takes the same damage when it enters the wall for the first time on a turn or ends its turn there. The other side of the wall deals no damage.
So it'll do that. It'll do the enters.
Right, okay.
Bit.
So it'll be 5d8.
Is there any sort of save, or they just take it?
So the save is when I make the wall, but there are creatures already in it.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
So,
yeah, go for it.
Well, time to aim the arrow at the giant car instead.
Well, the Devil's Rides have a damage threshold of 5 and a mishap threshold of 10, so we'll see how this goes.
Do I have fucking 5d8? This is so many dice. I didn't... Let me get...
I can roll my hot ones over here if you want. Maybe we'll get a couple 8s out of them.
I should have had fucking roll 20 up so I could have a bunch of dice ready. I was not expecting to roll this many dice. D8. 5. D8. Roll. 26.
26?
Yep.
Yeah, that'll pass the threshold by quite a bit. And the mishap threshold. So, yeah, they both, the one with the single knoll driving it, you see the soul engine in the interior of it start to glow this like really bright white after it gets superheated by this wall of fire, and then as it like kind of starts to come up near the tormentor that you're piloting, it starts to like, you see little white cracks in the edges of the engine, and it just detonates next to you.
Oh my gosh.
So there's this big white explosion, and then this howl of screaming souls as this dissipation of the contents of the engine just bursts out from that center chunk. The other is severely damaged and scorched, and we're going to see what it rolls on the mishap table. 18. Awesome. The second bike, you see one of the wheels gets particularly caught by the fire. It starts heating up a whole lot, and then it just kind of bends a little bit, and you see the front of this vehicle in particular is like rolling and tumbling, and they're just like, just trying to hold on to it as it rides up next to you.
I think I looked at Yarlo and I was like, that was surprisingly effective! I almost wasn't expecting that!
Like a half-hearted thumbs up.
Woo!
Yeah, so Arliss, it's your turn. You can choose to fire at either the grinder or the rides.
Oh yeah, do what prepared actions go off?
Yes, in the order they were prepared, I believe.
Correct.
So
All
Arliss's will go off first.
Alright, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the grinder. I'm gonna leave the other Devil's Ride to Barnaby. So I'm gonna go for the big boy machine with my super cool harpoon.
Rad.
So it's
You
plus-
have
and I,
advantages.
Oh my god.
that was so
Oh
strange
god.
there, but I did understand that. So
You're very roboty right now. Cole. I mean, Thorn. Ugh.
okay. So I have advantage plus 7. That went out of my thing. Wow. Ooh. Okay. So that's going to be a 17 plus 7, so that's 24?
That'll hit.
Okay. Yes. Okay, cool. So I'm going to do the base damage first. So that's 2d8. So 6, An 8. Whoo! That's really good. 14 plus... Sorry, I have to go through all my little things. Wait, 14 plus 2, so 16. And then... Okay, so my grasping arrow is 2d6 poison damage. I don't think poison damage affects cars.
I'm fair. Yeah, it does. It does have immunity to poison damage.
Yeah, which is fine, but I kind of wanted it more for the effect instead.
Gotcha.
I just want to encase one of its wheels
In the thorns.
in the thorns
Hell
and
yeah.
like the vines. So
That
I want to
sounds
like
great.
slow it down.
Good. Add 1d4.
Please. Okay. 3.
It's a machine, but I think it still counts.
Technically. So 19?
19. So 19 will hit. It will deal damage.
Perfect.
Passes the damage threshold.
Awesome.
Um,
Do I get any mishaps?
how much damage was it?
19.
You miss the mishap threshold by 1 point.
No!
But could you read out what the entangling thorn
Sure.
does?
So its speed is reduced by 10 feet, and it takes 2d6 slashing damage for the first time on each turn it moves 1 foot or more. The brambles last for a minute until I use this option again.
How much damage per foot?
2d6
For when it attempts to move.
the first time
Okay.
on each turn.
So it's not taking 2d6 per 100 feet.
No.
That would be pretty neat. That would be a neat
That would
trick.
be really cool.
But
But I would never be able to use that again on a harpoon.
okay, awesome. Yeah, so you've
Yeah.
thanks. Because it is a machine and not as inhibited by like this as a human would be. It's still trucking at rough speed, but you do notice that your vines have caught into some of the more delicate machinery of the wheels, so it's going to make it a lot harder for it to maneuver in the future, and it is going to keep damaging the bits itself. That's 2d6, you said, on whenever it tries to move. Cool. All right. In that case, Gus.
a minute.
For a minute. Gus, you are up. Oh, no, sorry. More reactions. We're still in reactions. It's Barnaby's turn.
Yeah.
You're still very slowed
Nope.
down.
Gus, anything you want to say, Gus, you're gonna have to. It's got to be through text or something.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's really sad.
Sorry.
All right. So Barnaby just, I guess, sees one go down, one bike go down, and of course go for the other. So he is going to make an attack on the rider. That is going to be a 19. I'm guessing that's a hit.
You're going for the rider?
Yeah, the pilot. The pilot, sorry. In the
I don't believe it does. Because the ride's AC is 23.
not
when
actually
moving.
not the vehicle. I mean, the actual
Right, but I think if you're attacking anyone in the vehicle, you have to go through the AC of the vehicle.
Shit.
It's just a very mobile thing. Is most
Okay.
of the problem.
That is.
I'm going to make sure that I'm correct on that, but I'm fairly certain that I am. Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate.
All right. And all right. I guess with the Would I get my second attack on that reaction, or would
Because you're
I...
holding your action for the attack action, then yes.
Okay.
So you're hitting the brakes and trying to spear this other ride.
Yeah, and that's a 17, so it's not gonna hit.
Unfortunate. So you hit the brakes, and you're going for the lance spear, and you whiz just a hair past the pair of them because you're both just moving so fast. I think the wibbling wobbling of that particular ride is maybe a bit of what keeps you off of being able to hit it properly. So then it's Arliss's turn. Because that was just your reaction. Your held action, and now it's your actual turn.
Do I actually go first? I thought it was Yarlo.
So Yarlo went, and then it was your reaction.
And
Now it's and then it was Barnaby's reaction, and now it's your action.
Okay. I'm so afraid to put a harpoon by Barnaby. I really am. So I'm just gonna go for the grinder again.
Okay.
Because I'm ignoring his alignment, who totally would just fire one willy-nilly. Because I don't want to get grinded.
You know,
So,
fear is a good motivator.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just normal harpoon. Just go right for it again.
Go for it.
13 plus 7, so 20, unnatural.
Hits.
Perfect. So 2d8, 7, 5, 7, 5, 12, 14 damage.
Okay. It takes it. Yeah, because it is past the threshold.
Perfect.
So you're starting to just sink harpoons into the hull of this thing, and they are managing to like pierce through.
Okay. Because I have 2 actions.
Yep.
I get to go again.
I believe so.
I'm able to like get another harpoon in and ready.
Yep. Loading the harpoon is part of firing the harpoon.
One more, baby. That's probably not going to 16 to hit.
16 will not hit.
Yeah.
So you fling this harpoon, and it ends up heading more towards the driver takes a turn, and the harpoon ends up hitting the side of it and deflecting off.
Gotcha.
You fired 4 harpoons then? 3?
3.
Gotcha.
I didn't do my second action for my grasping arrow one.
Gotcha.
I just took the one.
All right. So, yeah.
I have a harpoon count. Oh
You
no.
do.
Oh no.
It was well stocked. So you have 10. Well, you had 10.
So I have 7.
You do.
Okay.
All right. Gus, it's your turn. The Demon Grinder is starting to close in on the Tormentor from behind with the big chompy. And there is the one Devil's Ride that's come up beside you that Barnaby is currently dueling with. Oh, no, not Steam.
Dash might be.
No grindy for us. Like to sideswipe the Devil's Rides? Awesome. Yeah, so go ahead and you can use Raking Sides. So when the Tormentor moves within 5 feet of a creature that isn't prone or another vehicle for the first time on a turn, it can rake the creature or vehicle with its protruding blades for an amount of damage. A creature moves out of the way and saves and takes no damage if it succeeds a DC 13 Dex saving throw. Sounds epic. A vehicle moves out of the way and takes no damage if the driver succeeds on the saving throw. So this is going to attempt to make a Dex saving throw, which will have disadvantage on because of the mishap. It's a 9. That's a 9.
9.
Yes, so it fails. So it's going to end up taking 2d10 plus 2 slashing. So yeah, you like notice it in your rear view, I guess, and just like pivot hard to the left to crunch it into the side. I guess Barnaby also has to make that save, huh?
Mm.
Oh, jeez.
You can. Okay.
Oops,
Mm,
didn't think about that.
You get +4.
alrighty, I will make that roll. 22.
You're good.
Hey.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you see the tormentor coming, and you're just like, oh, and you speed back up so that you're no
Yeah.
longer right next to it, and the blades on the side of the tormentor just absolutely shred both the Devil's Ride and the gnolls on it. So the armor on the sides of this vehicle just gets torn apart and thrown on the ground, and there's like a couple limbs flying different directions from the
Crap.
gnolls. And then as you speed past it, you see another white explosion of souls in the background. Through the smoke of those souls, though, comes the demon grinder pivoting forward.
Oh, shit.
So it is Advocat's turn.
Has a minute passed?
No.
No, 6 seconds has passed.
Oh, jeez. that was so
It
fast.
takes damage from vines.
It does take... Well, on its turn, it will take damage from vines. I was doing
thought it
dramatic explanation.
Because it also went through fire, too.
It did. I'll get to it.
I think I'm gonna release the wall of fire and do a new thing.
Okay.
So I'll just kind of no more fire. Throw that out the window.
No, end
let's do my-
concentration.
let's do a different thing, a new thing. This is my favorite thing I like to do. Let's throw up Hunger of Hadar right behind us. So it's gonna be right under the Chompy, the grinder.
Okay.
So I open a gateway to the dark between the stars, a region infested with unknown horrors. A 20-foot radius sphere of blackness and bitter cold appears, centered on a point, centered on the grinder, with range and lasting for the duration, which is a minute. The range is... well, range hardly matters. It's a 20-foot sphere.
Mm-hmm.
This void is filled with a cacophony of soft whispers and slurping noises that can be heard up to 30 feet away. No light, magical or otherwise, can illuminate the area, and creatures fully within the area are blinded.
Okay.
The void creates a warp in the fabric of space, and the area is difficult terrain. Any creature that starts its turn in the area takes 2d6 cold damage. Ends its turn, takes 2d6 acid.
All right. So they're going to end up taking the 2d6 cold to start with.
I think so?
If it
Or does it
passes
wait
the
until-
damage threshold.
Although they're going to
So,
pass.
yeah,
right
I was about to
through
say,
that,
so they're
right?
going to be blind for a second, and the vehicle's probably going to pass this damage threshold.
I think so.
Mm.
Well, yeah.
Is that what you want to do?
And I can't do it in front of it. We're in front of it, so. Maybe wall again. Just more fire.
More wall is good.
So it is good. I was kind of. Let's do wall then.
Let's do wall
Let's
again.
just- More fire. Just whoosh.
Sure.
So 5d8.
Yep. It'll take it when it passes through.
Okay.
But for the sake of time, we can just do that now. Because you're all
It'll
moving
be-
very quickly.
Yeah. It'll be 20.
20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Could you roll that again for last time it
Again.
took fire damage?
Oh.
I don't believe I counted that.
24.
Sure. That'd be 44. Awesome. So you throw down another firewall, and you see it just gets bathed in this flame again, and it's going to roll on the mishap table.
We
17. Yeah. Okay. So the wheel that was previously entangled was already under a lot of strain. So now that it has been superheated and softened, the metal that it's made out of, it just bends again, in a rather awful way. So that the whole thing is much less dexterous now. It's going to have a lot more trouble thing. You're close enough that you can kind of see the knoll behind the controls, like really struggling to like keep it aligned with you and make sure it's going straight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Barnaby, you're up.
Okay, so the only enemies left are on the grinder, correct?
Currently, yes.
And I'm guessing my lance, my 10-foot lance, cannot reach any of them.
Not unless you get on it.
Yes, got it. I'm going to. May I try another stunt to try and boost myself, like a big old jump to try and land, to try and you know that scene from Mad Max where the bikers start like doing sick jumps
Yeah.
over the thing?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to do that, please.
Cool. Yeah, no, do that. Go ahead and roll for stunt.
That is going to be a 12 again.
So you succeed.
All right, so
So
I'm guessing
there's some crank. You start heading. You're much closer to the tower now, the dragon tower that you saw before, which means the terrain's getting a lot rockier. And there's these larger chunks of boulder that you're zipping past, and you spot one in particular, and you weave out of the main path for just a moment, and speed up at just the right time, so that when you crest over top this particular rock, you end up in midair directly above the demon grinder.
yes. So Barnaby's going to just try and stick the nearest knoll on the, if that's possible.
From the top of your bike, you're gonna try and like stab down at it.
Yeah, if I can do that possibly.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I'll just let you attack for the Knolls AC directly for this.
Oh, the first is going to be a miss. It's going to be an 8.
Rip.
All right. And the second, it's gonna be a 6. Ugh, nothing.
You're doing some cool stunts, some very cool stunts, and you land safely on the other side of the tormentor. Although it's a bit or the demon grinder, but it's a bit of a jostle as you hit the ground. It's not like you have an off ramp. But your lance narrowly misses the heads of a couple of Knolls. All right.
You know, stunts are only cool if I can follow through.
So, the demon grinder is having some trouble keeping its proper thing. Oh, I gotta roll 2d6. 8, which will not make it past the damage threshold. It speeds up. You see the Knoll behind the wheel pull a crank real hard, and you see the soul engine flare up a bit, and it moves faster forward until it's right beside you, and you see out of the back, a Knoll kicks out this big heavy piece of metal. It's like roughly a sphere, and it's got a whole bunch of spikes on it. And it's attached by a chain to a large crane on the back of the grinder that slowly lifts it from dragging across the ground, swings it back, then spins it back around until it smashes against the side, or attempts to smash it against the side of the tormentor.
Help! Oh, shit.
Would be a wrecking ball attack.
I am up top. I am very
Gus says dash.
That is a 20.
Oh no.
Natural. So it's a 29.
Oh.
So it'll hit the tormentor and it'll crit.
Mishap down.
I'm gonna need the dice roller.
Please.
No!
Please
Oh
no.
Lord.
Guys, do you all have possible characters?
So,
left?
the wrecking
Yes,
ball
actually.
does 8d8 plus 4. It crits. So it's going to do 16d8 plus 4.
Huh?
Wait,
Oh my
that's
gosh.
almost guaranteed to be a kill.
Well, the Tormentor does have 60 hit points. So we'll see if it disables the Tormentor or not. You might be fighting some gnolls very shortly.
We might be dying to a horde of gnolls very shortly.
I mean, can you run faster than a bunch of gnolls?
You know what isn't broken though? The demon grinder.
This is true. And they are attacking the vehicle directly, not you. So, let's see.
Oh my gosh, I can't.
Also, I was incorrect about how attacking people inside vehicles work. If they're at a station, they gain cover from the vehicle. So you can attack individuals on a vehicle directly without getting through their AC. Which we will use moving forward now that I have corrected myself on that. Dice roller, please.
I've also been forgetting about Lulu's turns. I need to be using Lulu, but I keep forgetting about her.
D8.
We could have been doing a lot better than this if I could just fucking remember that.
Let's see.
Never fucking remember to play as Lulu.
Alright, so the demon grinder winds back. And it swings forward in a moment of absolute genius on the part of this really dumb gnoll. They lower the chain somewhat as it is swinging. So instead of hitting directly into the back of the armored bit of the Tormentor, the chain catches on the bottom of the chassis and swings up into the direct underbelly of the components of the Tormentor itself. It deals 63 damage to the Tormentor.
That's too
We're
much.
fucked. We have no car anymore.
And you feel as all of these internal bits on the underside grind to a halt, and the Tormentor stops moving.
Oh my god.
You have about a round until it explodes.
Ah!
So
Jump!
I'll leave that up to you.
Fucking everyone.
So it smashes that and then zooms past. So it's about 50 feet ahead of you. Yarlo, it's your turn. Arliss, you're on deck.
I need to look at a thing. Where's my... Here we go.
Oh.
How do you look up a spell that you don't currently have?
Through D&D Beyond's search function.
Okay. I have a feeling you probably know what's about to happen.
I don't, but I could guess.
Okay.
I don't think you have a wish. I think you have to be significantly higher level to have a wish.
Okay. This is confused. Oh, I see.
Fiendish bargains are still open.
I was about to say.
How much soul do I have left?
It's a good question.
Oh no, that's not a lot.
Oh, this actually doesn't do what I thought it does. Maybe it does. Okay, really quick. Does it look like this vehicle is going to be turning around?
Almost definitely.
Perfect. I'm going to run towards it, so I'm going to use my entire movement just to get towards it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cast Hex.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know Oh no, it has to be that I can see within range. Never mind, because I probably can't see the driver.
The driver has 3/4 cover. So, for the purposes of spells, I believe that means you still see them.
Oh, well then yes, I'd like to do that.
Rad.
I don't really know what this does entirely, but it says you place a curse on a creature that you can see within range. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever you hit it with an attack. Also choose one ability when you cast the spell. The target has disadvantage on that ability check. I would like to use Dexterity as the ability that I want to place disadvantage on.
Definitely.
Sorry, I take that back. I take that back immediately. I want to place it on Wisdom.
Okay.
Now, that is a bonus action.
Correct.
I would like to cast Command.
Rad, go for it.
Ow, fuck.
I'm going to cast Command on that one, and that's going to be a Wisdom save 14.
Okay. And it has disadvantage, correct?
It has disadvantage.
Ooh, it's not very high. I don't believe an 8 is higher than that.
It sure isn't. Halt.
They very much fail. Okay.
It
receives the command and is receptive to it.
I also... Can everybody see me? Like, can all of my party members see me?
Probably.
Definitely me, Gus, and I guess Arliss, and I guess Barnaby. I don't know how much visual we have into or out of the vehicle.
Assume quite a bit.
Okay.
I think for those of you who watch me cast this spell, you can see that my hand, for just a moment, becomes kind of like a draconic claw.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
What's with all you people and fucking dragons?
It's half the game, Hannah.
I know, but like...
You fuck the dragons, and you... I can't think of something for dungeons, sorry. Explore the dungeons. There we go. I don't know.
What's the save they have disadvantage on?
Wisdom.
Oh, Wisdom?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, damn. I thought it was something else.
It was dexterity.
Well, conveniently, if Yarlo is done, correct?
Yeah, I don't think I can then also use my spiritual weapon this turn.
No, because you've already used a bonus action.
Okay, that's fine. I've used it the way that I wanted to.
Oh, there we go. My Discord popped out of existence for a second. It's fine. So, you issue that command and are between the Tormentor and the Grinder. The now heavily smoking Tormentor. And it's not like black smoke. It's not like oil smoke. It's like this very light gray to white smoke that kind of glitters a little bit as it kind of swoops up into the sky. Arliss, you're up. Gus, you're on deck.
So first of all, I'm getting the fuck off this vehicle. I'm going to use all my movement to get as far away from it as I can.
Cool.
And I want to try and ask the shield if I can use Fireball on the Grinder.
I thought you'd never ask. And it launches a fireball out.
Holy shit!
At the Demon Grinder. Could you go ahead and roll some fireball damage for me?
Sure, I can
Because
gladly.
I would roll a dex save for the vehicle, but someone just told it to stop.
Hold on, let me
I
get my
think
dice
Fireball casts, you hear Yarlo just go, "That's our ride out of here! What the fuck are you doing?"
So, as this fireball, you can find the dice for that. As this fireball is sailing through the air, you see the gnolls are like, and like shouting at the driver, and the driver's just like, huh? No, stop. Here.
That's going to be 36 points of fire damage.
All right. So that will be dealt to the vehicle and the creatures within it. So 36.
I can do
you
that
said?
2 more times. Correct.
Crispy.
Rad. So yeah. So the demon grinder's gonna have to roll on the mishap table again. 36. You said?
Yes.
It's quite a bit. I think that's exactly the. No, it's not exactly the average because 8s are a different thing. Never mind.
Yeah. It's 8d6.
Oh, that is exactly the average.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I rolled 8d6
Yeah,
and
no,
it said
that's-
36, and I'm like, perfect.
The probable. It's.
I rolled
Never
a
mind.
lot of
Don't worry
4s.
about it. I've been doing a lot of dice math recently.
Rolled a lot
So
of
let's
4s.
see. Demon Grinder rolled a 5. Yeah, so you see there was a big heating element next to the like engine thing itself. And you see that like cough out a big plume of smoke and start smoking slightly. So you can see that it's got another malfunction. The fireball itself kind of lands on the top, and with this nice, beautiful, fiery explosion, most of the gnolls in it just get fried. Like they end up like flying off the back. The harpooner and the people manning the harpoon, the wrecking ball, and the chomper all just get blown off.
You're welcome.
The driver's still there, and having halted is like now on fire, running around the demon grinder trying to put itself out. As is another one who is like on the rocky ground, like repeatedly rolling over. Yeah. So I believe that's your turn.
Mm-hmm. And he's just kind of yells, "Run for your fucking life!" Like pointing at the thing, like go now.
Wonderful. In that case, Gus, it's your turn. Advocate, you're on deck.
Okay. What the heck?
Oops, sorry, I bumped some things. No, wrong camera.
So Gus, I don't know if we can do that. Oh wait, no, but you can do that. Okay. I thought you were still talking about the vehicle, and I was like,
No, he just run real fast. He just
Yeah,
zoom
yeah, it's
out of the cockpit.
I was like, I don't know if you.
Rogues.
I'm on board now.
Very
I-
rarely use dash. It's usually hide, or it's usually stealth, or the other one.
Yeah.
Disengage.
I just really like the idea that Gus, a little kobold, is just faster than literally all of us in a dash. He just fucking right across.
If with some of the vehicles, if they get damaged, Gus running at full tilt is as fast as some of the vehicles.
Wow. Alright.
Yeah, so you can. In what
awesome.
direction are you headed? Are you headed for the
Lizard.
grinder? Are you headed for Barnaby? Are you headed for the Horde? Are you headed for the Tower Full of Dragons? What's the plan? Which you can see in the distance now. You're probably halfway to the Forge, if that's still where you're headed. For those of you in the recording, Gus is in chat.
Because
Heading towards the grinder, so you're like 70 feet away from it. Awesome. Yeah. So I said it was like 50 feet ahead, so you can reach it if you want
Yeah.
to. Because it was breaking after it hit you with the flail. The grinder? No. The tormentor? Almost definitely. You could
Do
try
the
to repair
grinder
the
it.
tormentor.
Before it explodes.
You've got like 6 seconds. You can fix a complete soul tank rupture in 6 seconds, right?
I guess we can find out.
Take your chances with the grinder. Go for it. So you're there. There's a couple of on fire gnolls still there, depending on what you would like to do with it. Do with them, or just like hop in the grinder, which is still hot from the fireball, but it's not like damage hot from the fireball. It's just like super spicy. Stabby, not the driver. Awesome. So yeah, the driver's the one running around it. So you just like the tormentor gets completely shattered by this massive wrecking ball hit. And as it comes to a halt, you just see Gus just jump out of the windshield of the tormentor and just like sprint towards the grinder and just like sink a sword into one of the gnolls. Go ahead and roll to attack. It's on the ground, so it's prone, so you have advantage, which will also give you sneak attack.
Yarlo is just screaming with joy when he sees this.
What's 49 minus 36? I'm pretty sure it might be mathematically impossible for you to not kill this thing.
That's my boy!
You have to do at least 13 damage. Which I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to do. 20, a 24 will hit. It will.
That's my boy! Fuck him, Gus!
I love. Sorry, I've got the mental image of like the tormentor stops very suddenly, but like with the motion, Gus carries through it and just shoots out the front of the vehicle. Yeah, so that'll kill it. So you just like. Would you like to, if you want to give a brief description of how that works? But you completely slay this on fire kobold, big stab, just like the whole like double-handed chunk, directly into this on fire gnoll. The gnoll's got like so as far as clothing goes, it's like vaguely fabric. Some of it's like plated with miscellaneous armor, either chitinous or metal. It all looks completely scavenged. And they've got this like a longbow and a glaive, which is this big pole arm with like a long bladed axe on it, if I remember what a glaive is correctly. Is that what a glaive is? I'm gonna look real dumb if that's not what it is.
Sounds more like a halberd.
I was thinking of a different thing. Glaive, yeah, it's like a spear, but it's got more of a. I was kind of right.
Scimitar, but spear.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's a long arm. So yeah, you successfully stab one of the two remaining gnolls. Advocate, you're up next.
Yeah, seeing Gus just fucking launch himself like a little fucking torpedo out the front, I'm actually gonna quickly take up the driver's seat and be like, just like rub my hands together and be like, all right, I've got the deal of a fucking lifetime. So like, go. Who's first? What's demon? Go.
Demon.
It's devil, whatever.
What do you want?
I want to see if I can stop this thing from exploding and maybe just have it worthy of moving forward.
How much soul do you have?
I have 10 right now.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's still Bell because you've got the strongest connection to him.
Totally.
And you're calling out for help, and he's just like, I can't believe you're not here right fucking now.
I'm trying.
So you want the tormentor fixed, basically.
I want it to. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't. It just needs to not explode, and it needs to have forward momentum.
And that's it. So
maybe also the ability to break.
If that's all you want, it'll cost you 4 soul.
I want it to be. I want no explosion, forward and
no
then
explosion, and it is maneuverable technically.
great. And maybe the brake works.
That'll cost you an extra soul.
Fine. Fine. Oh,
Break stuff.
yep. How much soul is that?
5.
5? Done.
So you see one of
Yep,
the
go and stop. That's what I want.
you see one of there's a puff of black smoke, and you see one of the infernal mechanics from the forge that had previously picked up your ride, like adjust their cap, kind of look at it for a second, just like, well, there's your problem. And grabs like a big old wrench that like starts glowing and just like winds up and like cracks the side of the tormentor like a baseball bat, and there's just like this explosion of flames that coats the rest of the grinder. And when it's done, it looks sealed together. It's no longer sparking, it's no longer smoking, it's still heavily damaged, but it looks like it'll probably run.
So I can like rev it up and it starts to like wake up. Sweet. Awesome.
It sounds awful, but it is running.
Beep beep motherfuckers. Y'all, who wants in this one? Who wants in this one and who wants in the new one? Because
Putt-putt?
I'm running back over.
All right.
I don't like being on ground with no car.
This is alright now.
So the tormentor is now functional. It has 1 hit point.
Oh.
And
Yes.
the demon grinder has 87 currently. And a pair of malfunctions. The demon grinder has a broken axle and a furnace rupture, meaning that it's going to move 30 feet slower than it normally does per turn, and it's going to have disadvantage doing any kind of maneuvering. You can try and fix it if you want, but at this point,
Hanging on by a fucking thread.
at this point, you notice that the horde proper is getting significantly closer since you've been stopped for a while.
Oh yeah.
And by a while, I mean like slightly less than 6 seconds. But it is coming. I'm gonna say, like a mile. So like 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet. I'll take us out of initiative for the moment.
Oh, really?
Fair enough.
Well, there's one
there's-
on fire knoll.
What about the rest that were on the
The grinder.
demon? Yeah.
They got fireballed into oblivion.
I sure did that. Yeah, I'm climbing back up onto the tormentor right now.
You'd like to intimidate the flaming driver to drive. Oh, so you want the knoll to drive for you?
While he's on fire.
Okay. So gnolls aren't great at understanding complex language.
No, they aren't.
They're one of the few creatures that don't understand common. You can attempt to get the message across, but as soon as it's no longer on fire, it's probably going to try and stab you. If you don't understand, he gets a stab. Yeah, so you're immediately just like, so drive for us, drive, and the Knoll's just like, well, I can't be that on fire as to not want to stab you. So it pulls out a sword and attempts to attack you, but you can go ahead and get an attack at it first. 15 to hit. We'll just hit. The Gnoll pack leaders are the creatures that survived because they have both higher AC and hit points than a standard Gnoll. Today, in Dungeons & Dragons nature documentaries. 10 damage? Yeah, it just knocks him out. Just like it doesn't understand. It goes for the stab. It gets stabbed again. So it's you have access to both vehicles now. The Grinder and the Tormentor are both going to end up moving at 70 feet around instead of 100 feet. They're much slower. Barnaby's Devil's Ride is still fine though. It can run at 120.
Could I perhaps
Try to drive the Grinder?
No, not try to drive.
Not you. Gus is going to try and drive the Grinder.
Okay. Could Barnaby perhaps try and hitch his Devil's Ride to another one so he can get off and try to perhaps do some repairs, perhaps?
Yeah. So you're trying to like I think
yeah.
So for the space of 2 occupants, you can fit the Devil's Ride into one of the vehicles.
Yeah. Barnaby's going to try and
the Grinder fits 8, the Tormentor fits 4.
Yeah. Barnaby's just gonna shout, just like I guess coming full speed, try and mount onto the
Grinder?
Yeah.
There's an on-ramp somewhere. I think like right before you're about to do a sick stunt onto it, Gus is like scrabbling at the controls and like pulls a lever and just like a ramp falls on the back of the Grinder.
Convenient.
Like you're about to do the sick like 2-rock jump to get into it and it's just like chunk.
How wonderful.
Gus, much like the Tormentor, you don't understand all the nuances of the Demon Grinder, spelled with or without an E. And but you get the gist of it. You know how to make it go, and you know how to make it stop, and you know how to make it turn.
Barnaby's I like to imagine he's trying to repair the furnace, but at the same time shouting to Gus, having briefly reviewed some of the Demon Grinder schematics. I remember back with Chukka and Klonk. He's trying to shout to him instructions like, no, that's going in reverse. You have to put it forward.
You have to shift to 15th gear.
Neither of us know how to fucking drive.
Listen, we'll figure it out.
I'm like in the back just yelling at you the entire time to move. Move forward.
Yarlo, your 2 friends are yelling at each other. How do you feel?
My 2 friends?
Oh, not
we
your
were
2
fucking friends.
Friends.
I mean, you
Even
were
Arlo
in on.
and Advocat aren't friends.
Are you asking me this as a player? Or are you asking me this
As a player? Sorry.
Then I continue with what I was saying. My 2 friends?
Oof.
I gotta go.
I mean, we all remember how right before the end of the last session, what I said to Gideon, right?
Yeah.
Well, one of you is going to have to decide to drive.
I'm driving.
You're driving? Okay.
I'm driving.
Yeah, it's limping along. It's also got, how many, what mishaps does it not have?
Oh, jeez.
Can I?
I'll give you, it doesn't have an engine flare.
Okay.
Can I spend a soul to fix the other mishap?
You can spend 3 soul to fix another mishap.
Whoops.
What is the other mishap?
Well, it currently has locked steering, a furnace rupture, a weapon malfunction, blinding smoke, shedding armor, and a damaged axle.
Oh,
That's all.
That's it.
But it moves forward, and it won't explode.
That sure is what I asked for.
Wait, which one is this? This is the
Tormentor.
The Tormentor.
This
The
is
one that was about to blow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not getting on that piece of shit.
Okay.
So it's
Arliss
just
Advocat
Arliss and Advocat
fine.
on the Tormentor.
I wanted an extra pair of wheels in case, because good god fucking damn. Like,
Just in case you wanted to use it as a bomb? Like what? Like,
the other one isn't doing so hot either. It's got better hit points and shit, but like,
I did.
everybody's got problems right now.
You did fireball.
Fuck. 3 souls a lot. I only have 5.
You can also attempt to fix it. So you can attempt to repair the bits. So if you all want to start to get moving, that might not be a bad idea. And then Barnaby can make some checks to attempt to fix the Tormentor, and Arliss can attempt to make some checks to repair Arliss can make some checks to attempt to repair the Tormentor, and Barnaby can attempt to make some checks to fix the Grinder.
Advocate, we're fucked, but hey, I'll try.
I mean, we just gotta get the fuck out of here. That's literally all we all have to do.
I will try to fix.
I believe
I will fix.
All right, so you're headed off again.
Beating the car.
So both vehicles begin trundling down again. The Tormentor is somewhat hard to drive because the steering's locked. So you can just drive in the one direction you're going to, which isn't going to be a whole lot of a problem currently.
I think we were kind of just pointed where we needed to go.
And that is a little bit harder to figure out because there is smoke billowing out of the front of the vehicle. So you can't actually see where you're going from the position in the helm.
Oh, and I guess my devil's sight doesn't really help.
No, because it is mundane.
Right.
It is not magical obfuscation.
That's what I thought. Okay.
So you're heading forward. You are making distance from the horde, but it's still coming. And you keep continuing onward. Gus, you're all collectively about halfway through, but now that you're a lot closer to the tower as before, you can see that there's another group of forces coming from the opposite side that look like they're about to overwhelm the tower itself. The dragons above are doing what they can. It looks like they're breath weaponing the horde from their positions on the tower, but there's a lot of them. There's just so many gnolls that it looks really tough. That like the dragons will probably get away, but we don't know what else is in the tower.
Barnaby will shout. Will I guess notice this and shout to Gus. We do have a very large vehicle with us, and it has very, very powerful jaws.
Oh no.
We also have 6 adamantine rods that we're
say-
about to give to a,
If you're gonna do that,
Just like dragon, but rip.
Uh,
All right. So Gus is holding course.
All right. So may I make a couple repair checks? Possibly?
Yes, I think that would be a great idea. So, Gus, you go ahead and make a check to repair. Are you headed for the furnace rupture or the axle?
I am headed for the furnace rupture.
Coolio. And Arliss, what would you like to attempt to fix first?
smoke.
Smoke? All right.
I wanna see.
Go ahead and make a dex check.
Oh, thank God I'm good at those. Oh my goodness.
And may I add my vehicle proficiency to this, or is this not going to be applicable?
I believe you should be able to, yes.
Okay.
19.
19?
nice.
You find the bit that's smoking, and you're just like, oh, we can't need this, right? And you just, like, hack it off and let it go behind, and that clears the smoke.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You're welcome, by the way.
And I rolled that is going to be a 19.
19. You also succeed. So you're up more close towards the engine, and you find the thing that's giving off exhaust. You give it a proper, tighten it back to where it was supposed to be, and pull some molten debris out of the jaws of it, and you hear the engine of the Demon Grinder rev up a bit as it's given back its full power. So the Demon Grinder can move 100 feet per round again.
Can I make a case?
I don't know how good a woodworker you are.
Well, I'm very good with dead bodies, as we've established. So, pretty well, pretty good.
Pretty good?
Question mark?
Could be.
No. So I think we should go help out the dragons, because whatever is inside, we might, gain favor, and favor means favors. I'm just saying.
You're in the other vehicle?
Maybe I can scream. I have a voice.
Gus wants to give adamantine rods.
To the dragons? Okay.
I don't think so. I think Gus wants to deliver these. Yeah. Gus is a hard no on that.
I would be fucking slaughtered.
That's a you problem.
You all might also be fucking slaughtered, as far as I know.
Well, there is a Devil's Ride in the back of the vehicle you're currently in, if you would like to take off on your own.
Oh, gosh.
But it looks like Gus is not stopping.
Slaughtered.
So, does the Tormentor still have the adamantine rod? So it's Advocate and
I think, didn't Barnaby always? Oh, no.
Barnaby had them. Because Barnaby put them... Gus gave them to Barnaby.
So, Barnaby's holding on to them. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Shit.
Fuck.
Haha! Nothing happens without me knowing.
Oh, boy.
I will also remind you that I hold the fuel, or most of it.
You hold the bits of your soul you turned into coins, yes.
Except for, I gave one to...
The other...
I gave one to... I'm holding all the coins, except for the one I gave to Yarlo, which is one of my souls.
Which is now in the other car.
Oh my god. This keeps getting worse.
We don't have any...
Damn.
So you're continuing to trundle along. It sounds like you're regardless of whether you... you also don't know the dragons aren't also going to kill you. Who knows? But the you head past the dragons and you hear an amount of I'm going to say fearful wails from the interior as you pass.
That's kind of sad.
But you are well on your way toward the forge. So, the Tormentor, you sure do seem headed toward a particularly large rock.
Ah, shit.
I'm gonna fix the steering.
That sounds like a good idea. Why don't you go ahead and make a strength check for me?
Oh, baby boy. Try it. Do your best. I believe in you.
It's a 0? 0's not great.
Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, no.
I did 2 first.
Make it worse. Make it worse. Make it
Can I
worse.
use my luck point? Can I use a point of luck?
Absolutely.
Are you weeping over there?
I am terrified of losing my character right now, actually.
Oh, Caroline.
Okay, that's a decent roll, but with my -2, that's a 16.
A 16 will just make it.
Ah!
So as you are headed toward this rock, Advocate, you feel the controls for the steering that were previously like fused into place, like crack open so that you can do it again.
My beautiful sanguinite.
Arliss is just like
man.
just like chipping away as hard as he can at the metal that fused the steering column together, and just manages to chip it away in time for Advocate to steer it away from the oncoming rocks.
Let's fucking go.
Oh my god.
Ah.
As you head toward the forge proper, you note there is a triage of vehicles kind of rocket past you,
Oh shit.
beelining toward a different section of Avernus, specifically a scavenger and 2 devil's rides, the same vehicles you saw Barnabas and Chukka and Clonk come to the tower on previously.
Very cool of them to just pass us by. Bye, y'all.
I mean, like, they're like a couple 100 feet away. They're not like right next to you. But, you know, they've got other things to worry about.
I guess so.
Would you stop for them?
I don't know.
I would.
Well, yeah,
But
Barnaby
Barnaby-
would.
But Barnaby isn't. But Barnaby isn't driving.
It depends on if I could get something out of it.
Yeah, see?
What is the other mishap that we are currently having on the scavenger?
You have a damaged axle. The axle previously covered in barbs that got torched by the flame wall is bent somewhat. You could attempt to realign it while you're driving, but it'd be pretty tough.
Yeah. Barnaby's gonna take a look at it and like look at his very meaty fingers as like, perhaps when we stop.
Seems reasonable. Unless any of you would like to deviate, then I think it would be reasonable for you to arrive at the forge next.
Oh, Barnaby is actually, if he might, speak to Gus briefly. And he would say, Gus, I remember, I hate to be, perhaps, a bit to question your decisions, but I seem to remember you being very, very, very interested in the tower, per se. Are you quite sure that we should abandon those majestic beasts, are you not?
That's
Sure,
what I was
yourself.
saying. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Gus doesn't want to die.
I don't want to die.
You're their kin. It's fine.
Your kin. Very bite-sized mortal kin. Chicken nugget sized.
Also, weren't kobolds
Gus is not worried about the dragons.
by dragons?
Someday, they may be... I suppose fear of death would be, of course, reasonable per se, but I must say, if you truly are interested in being part of a faith, then I would begin to start doing some more good. We could. I'm not going to lie. I'm fairly disappointed. We could have done much there. And then Barnaby will just go back to his repairing, somewhat disappointedly.
I know Revivify. I can bring you back to life if you do die. That's not an issue.
Wow.
I mean,
Christ.
within a strict amount of time. It's not like
What do you need for
Gus
that
is
spell?
typing.
You also need like diamonds and shit.
Gods aren't always good, though, says Gus.
Yeah. Alright.
All right. Louder. From the other vehicle.
Okay. Sorry,
Alright.
that was all I wanted.
In that case, you are all approaching the forge proper, which you see has since been heavily fortified. Now that they see that the horde is coming. The massive metal archway now has metal panels over it. These thick plates of armor. There are probably hundreds of devilish forces standing outside guard in formation. They leave the Iron Road entrance to the forge proper as you are all driving up. They note that the Tormentor bears the symbol of the forge, so they don't attack you immediately. So some of the scouts note and remember your presence previously, so you're not going to get mistaken for gnolls. And standing not in his usual dais, but now out by the troops in full plate armor, stands Bell above the others of them. And I think that's a good place to break for a hot sec. So everyone grab some water, get what you need. I need more water very badly. That's what I need. And we'll be back in 5 to 10.
Yep.
All right.
Sure.
I like the fucking vehicle like rolls to a stop. And Advocat just sits, just holding the steering wheel, so stressed out. Oh,
He'll be fine, probably. Probably.
I also need to get up for just a quick second.
Yeah, I'll BRB.
I return.
Okay, I am back.
Hooray. How are you all doing?
Doing all right.
Doing okay.
I'm there. I'm discharging from group therapy tomorrow.
Ooh,
Hmm.
nice.
I'm happy about that. I just got a really nice feather fan in.
It's pretty rad.
There are feathers all over my room now. I'm watching them fly. So that'll be for cause test later. Just slowly getting ready for it. How the fuck do I open this? Oh, there we go.
Ooh,
I'm a little
it's a nice
miffed.
material.
Yeah, it's like
Miffed.
not satiny, but
I do like satin a lot.
yeah.
Has good feel.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, miffed. I'm miffed.
What
Gus
you
now has
miffed
hot
about?
Cheetos. Does that mean we're all here, I believe?
I think so. I want to go to that dragon tower.
I mean, you may still have a chance.
Die!
Death. We're already in hell. What's the worst thing that could happen?
Death!
Mm.
I'm just waiting on Hannah, right?
No,
Oh, Hannah's here.
Oh, okay. So we're all here.
Yes, give me one moment.
gives me time to find good earrings, so perfect.
Advocate's just sitting in the front seat with a cigarette. Just
Shaking.
You're getting like a nice shoulder pat right now from Arliss.
So every time he goes, he like puts it between two fingers and it's just like shaking, like ashing everywhere.
Are you all right there?
I've never driven before.
Oh, I tell. Trust me.
This is why I pay people to do this.
Hey, we are alive. We made it past. You drove a car. Your daughters will love this story.
If they ever hear it.
I mean, you're right, but you should at least believe yourself. Believe in you. Isn't that what people say now?
How would I know?
Oh, trust me, I don't either.
Yeah, two idiots trying to console each other. just the absolute worst job at it.
The worst is he just don't give a fuck, but he's just like, buddy, you all right? You shaking? You're like significantly more red than usual.
It's just a side effect of being here, period. I'm feeling my roots.
All right. So, you've driven up to the forge, and the forces of Bel are out in numbers. They look prepared. They look ready to fight. They look stoic, I think would probably be a best describer for what they're up to. And you've driven up in a couple of vehicles in a condition. They certainly are in a condition.
And one of them is definitely not the one we rode out on.
Correct. Yes.
Barnaby is going to take out his there was adamantine. Is it platinum rods or adamantine?
Adamantine.
Take the adamantine rods out and hand them to Yarlo. Yarlo, please, if I do hate to be a bother, But
Okay.
if you could please inform both Advocat and Yarlo that I have no intention of presenting myself before.
Are you handing them to Wait, so you're handing them to Yarlo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Barnaby doesn't know that he doesn't know.
Okay.
We didn't tell Yarlo that we kind of took him. Oh no.
But I mean, you never told Barnaby that, did you?
Nope.
I'm gonna pull up a second character sheet real quick.
Sorry, did you take notes on this?
No, you are exactly correct.
Yeah, we kind of kept it from Yarlo.
Yeah, so what were you saying to Yarlo? I'm just curious.
I was like, if you could, please tell Advocat and Arliss that I have no intention of prostrating myself before Bell again. If you could, I have no intention of presenting it to him myself.
You pull these out of your pocket.
Yes.
And you just watch, and I'm not sure whether or not you notice the drop that happens in my face. The just absolute like, what is that? And then you hand them to me, and I take them, and I just go, what the fuck?
Is everything alright, Yarlo?
When did you get these?
Well, if you must know, I mean, I could possibly understand how you could not have known. I believe that our companions found them in the wrecked ship, and of course, we all, as we agree, I'm sure we would all agree, avoided giving them to the traitorous bastard that is Gideon, and of course, left with them before anyone else knew. You were on board. You were on board with this, correct?
Not really. Yarlo is so like, he is just incensed. He's so upset right now. He's upset because he has these rods, and he's upset because you called Gideon a traitorous bastard. It's just like,
Barnaby would call Gideon Mr. I want to sacrifice all of Elturel a traitorous bastard, yes.
I understand your motivation. It doesn't make him less angry about them though. I think I'm legitimately like not sure what to do with these. I'm just holding them, and I just am stationary.
I think Advocat finally regains composure and just kind of like slides out of the fucking tormentor, just like dusts himself off, puts his hair back in place, and is like, okay, all right. And he starts walking over and is like, oh shit.
Barnaby is like, oh, well, I don't know how you could possibly not have known this. We'll also inform them that I'm terribly sorry that you were misinformed. I will just be fixing this vehicle. Okay, Barnaby turns around and is absorbed back into the work of repairing the axle. Can I make a check for that, by the way?
For repairs, yes.
Yeah.
Strength.
Oh, ooh, yeah, that's going to be a 22.
That does succeed. So you end up like effectively physically bending the axle back into shape.
So I guess just as Advocate starts coming over, there's just a ping, Like and the axe will come out, and Barnaby says, "There it goes."
Gonna slowly exit the tormentor. Knows what's coming. He's just preparing himself for just the beating of his life.
Oh, I think Advocat just puts on just the biggest, fakest bullshit smile that he possibly can, and just kind of does a little step, 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 crunch in the fucking whatever ash gravel, whatever the fuck the ground's made out of, and is just like, ah, yes. So you have the rods now.
Ah, yes, indeed.
Good.
That tiny little good was everything. Oh my god. Yarlo just like, I think he like pulls one out of the stack and just points it at you and is like, "What do you want?"
That's a really big question to just kind of pull out of nowhere. I mean, what does anyone want?
I've been asking myself that question for the past couple of weeks,
Uh,
days. I mean,
what the hell do you want? What do you want from me?
At this current moment, I want to know what you want. I feel like, Advocate, you've been jerking our chain for the past however long it's been that we've been in Avernus. I don't really remember.
Like 3 days.
Honestly.
And I wasn't with you for like most of one of them, I think. So yeah, you've been jerking our chain for 2 days. For what? For these fucking rods? What are these for? What do you want? Tell me.
I think Advocate drops the smile real fast. It's just like, all right. If we're going to start being blunt, I guess we'll start being blunt. I want what's best for me. This happened to coincide with that. It's what everyone wants. Everyone wants what's best for themselves. This was my means of doing it. But we're here, we have the rods, might as well get what's ours.
And that is what to you?
it means, as I have been promised, to free Elturel from its bonds. That is what has been promised, and I expect it to be delivered.
You... See, that seems to not quite be what's happening, though. Because if you're getting what's good for you, doesn't necessarily mean that Elturel will be fine.
I don't know what to tell you. That was what Advocat said. That is what his patron said. I am not at all happy being in this service, being dragged before, and be forced to kneel to this devilish power. I'm along for the ride as much as you.
I guess my new question is what will you both do? We're here now. We have the rods. What are you going to do?
Rods are out of my hand. Your business with your patron is your business, and I plan on taking no part in it unless it delivers me, again, a means to free Elturel, as I've said before. And you, Yarlo? Sorry, I kind of interrupted.
No, you being in here was super interesting. I didn't think that was going to happen.
Gus chimes in saying it's also best for El Toro.
I think I take issue with we all do what's best for ourselves. That's not what I want here. At first, I thought what was best in general, the righteous thing to do would be to save Elturel. But if Gideon is to be believed, then maybe that's not the best plan.
Gideon forsook several tens of thousands of lives, Yarlow. Lives not including mine, and I believe including yours as well, including every single person you have probably ever known and ever loved. And they took it for granted. They took it with our ignorance. It was, and our souls were given to them by a few. They do not decide our fates. When we both took up the cloth, we made the decision to devote ourselves. I devoted myself to the companions, and to Torm you devoted yourself to Lathander, supposedly. I have no reason to doubt that. We did not devote ourselves to Zara. Not, at least, knowingly, and not without our permission, and not without our expressed knowing permission. There is no just in that, we owe nothing to them. And therefore, we should treat them as they are. Enslavers, conquerors, despots, to be specific. No better.
May I speak up? It was a wonderful speech you just gave, Barnaby. You know I adore them. But, Yarulo, Monsieur, you also adorned the helm of Torm, correct? Am I wrong in assuming so?
I did.
As did I, when the four of us were together back on Elturel. And in those visions, I saw and I learned that Gideon could not be trusted. So forgive me, I know he is a dear old friend of yours. But even me saying this, truly, he is not one to be trusted. I do not trust him, I do not trust Zario. I just want to get the fuck out of here, and the fastest way I can is to save Elturel. Now, I will admit, it was my idea to take the rods, and I take full responsibility for it. That was me, and I humbly apologize. But I did believe this would be in everyone's favor, in everyone's good standing. Not just because of my obligation to advocate here. Honestly, I don't give a flying fuck about that right now. Sorry. But
None taken.
we have been here long enough. We see the gnolls attacking, we see the werebears and wererats, the dragons, the hellfire. I've had enough adventure for a few days. And that's all I will say.
What did you see that made you know that he was untrustworthy?
So, out of character, Caroline lost her notebook with all the notes.
What you saw is you saw Gideon before the fall of Elturel. So you saw Gideon in his position as a priest of Lathander, approached by figures that looked like angels. who then described to Gideon the Blood War, and that the demons were a force that needed to be stopped. And after that point, Gideon then devoted much of his mortal life to learning about demons, demonology, and demon slaying. And then it was revealed to you specifically, Arliss, that the angels were devils in disguise working with Zerial. And the last thing you saw was Gideon sign a contract with Zerial to in collaboration for the effort to slay demons.
Mm-hmm. I also think, didn't he have a shadow of a pit fiend?
So after he signed the contract, his shadow warped from that of a normal human to a winged devil.
Yeah.
Much like if you'll remember, the shadow of Thavius Krieg
Yes.
did as well.
Yes. I will relay this as, like, close as I can to Yarla.
I'm trying to remember what my vision was now too. I feel like I remember it being like a dragon, wasn't it?
Yes, you've seen two distinct visions of dragons.
Yes.
The first being a horde of a cavern just like stuffed with gold.
Right.
Absolutely coated in gold, and something stirring beneath it.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I remember correctly, it was a crackle of lightning on the plane of Avernus that like blinded you, followed by 5 death wails of a dragon simultaneously.
Okay. So nothing that would help me in this particular conversation.
Correct. But good info.
Yeah. Shit, I'm trying to think what Yarla would do with this information. I think he just drops the rods to the ground. He just drops them. And he says, I think he says something like, "Do what you will. It's out of my hands." And he walks to the grinder is the new one, right? I get them both confused every time you say that.
Tormentor's the old one, Grinder's the new one.
All right, yeah, I walk to the grinder then.
All right. Let's get this done with. Advocate just starts. Yeah. Yep. Scooping them up.
Be sure to tell me how it goes.
I'll give you every last detail, darling. And I'll go with.
So which of you are approaching Belle?
Myself, Arliss, and Gus, if Gus wants. It's up to Gus.
Yeah, Gus is also there.
That
Yes,
fucking
Gus is
Three Stooges.
So, Belle is at the rear of the forces, standing above them. Rarely seen standing. He's typically sitting on his big old stone throne. But he is an intimidating figure at full standing. He is a fully sized pit fiend, wings spread wide, in full armor, holding just this massive sword that's coated in flames, that's like point down in the earth, and he's like resting a hand on it. And he's staring out over his forces at the oncoming horde. And as you approach, he looks down to you, and his expression changes. As he was looking at the horde, he was just absolutely grinning. Just so excited. And then when he turns to see you, he looks almost disappointed.
Sugar Daddy's not happy.
And he sees you and is just like,
Why?
why have you come?
We brought what you asked for.
They're not for me. Are you dense? They're written right on them. The locks to the solar incendiator? Go! Unlock it! And he points at Elturel.
Oh my gods.
Sorry, what do you mortal... The companion? Whatever. Take care of it. Do you need to get there? Do you need my assistance?
If you're offering.
You can go. Just the three of you?
Depends on the others, but
Quickly?
Yes.
Yep. Sure.
I will remind. Oh, right. Barnaby isn't there. Sorry.
Alright. And he lifts his sword out of the ground and like moves it maybe dangerously close to you. And stabs it into the ground again, and out from that spirals a spell circle that like moves and drifts along the ground. And he's just like, gather them quickly. This won't last forever.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Calling out to the others, like, we're leaving. Come if you will.
Barnaby trudges out. Leaving? What do you mean?
To El Terrell.
What of Lulu? What of the fortress?
We're dealing with this now or never. It is literally now or never.
Barnaby, like, I guess Lulu's been like silent the entire time, but Barnaby will just grab onto Lulu and say,
Football.
Lulu,
She makes
mind.
like a squeaky toy noise.
Say, Lulu, my dear Oliphant, I do apologize, but things will have to be put on hold again.
Let's go.
Yeah, Barnaby runs to the...
Quick.
Chomp, 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 chomp.
Thum, 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 thum.
Yarlo, will you be joining us?
Fuck it.
Are you staying behind?
He's just like sitting in the grinder, just like is not moving from there. I'm
See you
assuming
whenever.
we're doing it, right?
No, we're going through a portal.
Oh, well, I apparently fucking missed that particular.
We're going back to El Terrell via Portal.
Or spell circle, or whatever. Same thing.
All right. Yeah, he jumps down.
Alright, I think we're assembled.
All right. Make haste! And Bell stomps on the ground, and the spell circle flashes deep red, and you all get this sense of, like, nausea in your stomach for a hot sec as you're transported across space very rapidly. And then you're all standing at the edge of one of the bridges into town, on El Terrell. So you're right near the edge of the city, literally the edge, like about to fall, and you see several things. The first, probably most obvious one, is that El Terrell is much lower than it was before. It's maybe 100 feet above the waters of the River Styx. The lowest points of the city itself are starting to dip into the waters itself.
Oh, no.
The companion, which is the orb above you, has lowered significantly from its height much higher above the city. It's now probably, again, 100 feet above the city. With it much closer, most of you see it as just this black orb. Advocat, though, sees through what is a sphere of magical darkness around it to see this metal orb in the center of it that's got these rings around it that are all inscribed in runes. Other things you notice, I believe Yarlo caught a glance at this very briefly. I think a couple of you caught a glance at this when you were leaving Elturel the first time. All along the banks of the River Styx surrounding the city have been dug these immense grooves in the ground, and the waters of the Styx have been allowed to flow through it. And all these trenches are cut in a very specific pattern to create a massive spell circle that surrounds the entirety of the city.
Oh.
That now is not just the color, the deep kind of whites and reds of the River Styx, but is now actually positively glowing. And above you, and above the companion, is the operational flying fortress.
Wow.
As poised like a dagger directly above Elturel.
Is this Zariel's
Correct.
ship?
Yep.
Okay.
The second thing, another thing, the next thing you notice is what you hear, which is the chorus of fiendish priests ringing the entirety of the spell circle, all chanting in unison, all the way around the entire city.
Ominous.
So what do we do now, Ambassador?
So these are the keys to these pins, the pins and the chains and the everything that's holding Elturel down. So, we have to get to each of them, I guess.
How long?
Clarification. Do you think that information is correct?
I don't think Advocat knows if that information
What
is
did Bell say?
correct.
The keys to the solar insidiator.
Oh, the Insidiator. Right. Okay. Do we
The
even know what that
companion.
is?
Which he then called the companion.
Right. I thought. Okay. I'm getting my facts confused. I thought there was something to do with the pins and the chains and shit. Whatever. I don't know where I heard that. All right. So I actually don't quite know how, but these are literal keys to the companion.
Can I try and do a religion check, perhaps, on the Solar City, or just any knowledge of the companion?
You can do an Arcana check. A religion check won't get you anywhere.
Can I try
Okay.
Arcana?
Sure.
But I'm not from Elturel. Would that be a problem?
It wouldn't be Elturelian, it would be Hellish.
Okay, that's fine. I
Fiendish.
can do that.
Ugh, no, that's gonna be a 3. I know nothing. Or actually,
You recall everything that you learned about the companion religiously.
19?
Fuck.
A what?
19?
19's pretty good.
I have a +7.
You get the sense that the way that Bell referred to it, that the companion is a device. It isn't like a it's not organic, it's not a solid object. It's a device, and these are the keys to it.
Okay. But I can't get much more from that. It's okay.
No, not really.
Okay. Yeah, I can relay that to the rest.
Now that it's closer, so it's 100 feet off the ground.
Correct.
Of Elturel.
Mhm.
Okay. Are there any and that's at like the very center of the city? Are there
Yep.
any buildings that even reach that high? I don't.
Not that high, no.
I mean, we do. I guess we have.
We do perhaps know,
You have an individual who knows how to
I was
fly and a
I was about to
holophant.
say, yeah. So Lulu, if you get this is weird talking to Lulu as advocate. Can you fly these rods up to this contraption? And does Lulu know if that's viable? Or can she just
One
kinda,
at a
like
time.
eyeball it?
Dude,
One time?
one at a time.
Oh, one at a time?
She could probably do her best.
Slowly. uh,
That's
is that
better than nothing.
perhaps we can find perhaps a mage of sorts perhaps left at the temple, perhaps left at the temple. I do not feel comfortable sending Lulu on her lonesome with all the devils about flying and whatnot.
Has Yarlo used all his flight charges?
Oh.
I believe I only had the one. Let me double check, but
Could be. If you're
yeah, I
worried
only had the
about
one.
flying devils, there really aren't any. It seems the fiendish presence that was in Elturel before has since cleared out.
Okay.
They now the banks around the city are covered, absolutely destroyed with devils.
Okay.
If we have time for me to take a long rest, I can get back. But
I don't believe we have time for that anymore.
I can try. Kind of wiggles out of your arms and like takes one of the rods and starts to fly up.
Nah.
Shoop.
Wiggle,
All
wiggle,
right.
wiggle.
So, the orb itself, it's hard to see. Like, it's just a black orb until Lulu breaks through that, like, flies through the darkness itself. And then you can see that it's this great sphere covered in runes with metal bands around it. One particularly thick metal band around it has a whole bunch of hexagonal slots around the rim. Can Lulu read Infernal?
I don't think so. I think she only knows Celestial and technically Common.
Can you roll an int check for Lulu? Like, this isn't a big deal, but
It's just cool.
That was an 18. Unnatural 18.
so even though Lulu doesn't know the language, each of the holes has an infernal symbol over it.
I would say, does she know how to match?
Yeah, and each of the rods is labeled with a set of characters and then a symbol.
Who's Lulu?
So-
That's smart as her.
You can fit all the rods into it.
Yeah, so yeah. Doing that, she'll fit the one and then fly back down real fast. She's doing like the weirdest relay race you've ever fucking seen. She's putting all the rods away as fast as she can.
And once they're all in, then they need to be turned.
Oh boy. Okay.
As Lulu is doing this, you can see the horde approaching, getting much, much closer.
Can I keep an eye on that?
Absolutely. In fact, everyone not doing that.
Oh.
Roll either perception or investigation.
Would any of these perhaps involve smell? I'm gonna take that as a no.
I'm trying to figure out how to make it work, but 6.
21.
24.
Oh, 24.
I got 20. I got 20 anyway on my first roll.
Goodness,
okay.
did you all roll that well?
Yeah, my dice are fucking hot. I just rolled another nat 20.
Hell
Nice.
Yeah. What'd you get,
So-
Advocate?
21.
And Gus, 14.
It was. This is on perception or investigation. You said correct.
Correct. Who
I mean-
rolled perception?
I did.
I rolled perception.
Okay. Then you know that. Notice a few things. First, that the horde is composed not only of gnolls, but it looks like these giant, like, green-black blobs of something.
Ew.
But they look to have been coming from a different direction than the gnolls, and have now met up, but are not fighting, but rather rolling together.
Do they look similar to the one blob thing that we met
No.
earlier? No? Okay.
No. These are much more ooze-like.
Okay.
They leave kind of like thick black trails of just like charred ground wherever they end up traveling. Those who rolled investigation noticed, because you all passed, because you all did very well, notice that currently where you are is absolutely the core of Zerial's forces.
Oh shit.
Bell's forces are not coming.
Oh, bastard.
So
Barnaby turns-
you
Barnaby turns-
realize that he was fortifying his location. Those troops are not coming to assist.
Barnaby turns to Advocat and say, "Your employer is a terrible person. I hope you do know that."
I would not argue that point at all, but that's not the point. We just need to get this done. Fast.
So Lulu finishes turning the last of the keys. At which point there is a great groan as the metal begins to part like
Oh.
petals. Here, I can. Let's see.
Just
if I
like
can get this
shed off
image.
like little.
And like big massive petals and fall to the ground, and what is
Are we ready?
left, you realize that the sphere was hollow,
Strange.
and
Oh.
inside of the sphere is a large humanoid figure with white feathered wings and a
What?
teal complexion.
Oh, what?
Neat.
Oh.
Did we just break out a solar? No, a
Uh,
planetary maybe?
Planetar, I believe.
Planetar?
Okay.
Wait, is this Oh wait.
And
Oh,
as you do that, you feel the city of Elturel lurch upward.
oh,
It begins rising upward, and the chanting that you've heard from all the devils around it starts to stutter and break until it's just murmuring and shouting and incoherent confusion. The chains that had been dragging Elturel down into the Styx had been submerged in the water as the city came lower and lower, forced down by the power of the companion. And now that it is no longer held down, it's pulling back up.
this is some nip shit.
Barnaby just lets out this giant, like trumpet sound. I guess just like triumphant sounds. Imagine
Don't.
overall the noise.
It's too soon yet to be doing any kind of celebration.
We're also going straight up into Zariel's fortress right now, which is, a giant dagger.
Mm,
Yep.
So,
The Planetar comes down near the center of
Oh.
the city and begins scanning the area and then does a quick flight in a circle around the city. It appears to strike each point where the chains are attached to the city once per
Whoa.
individual spike, then returns to the center of the city. It looks for anyone who seems like they might know what's going on, and since you all are gathered at the center and have been watching, it kind of flies down and lands nearby and approaches and goes, "Ho there!"
Barnaby immediately prostrates himself.
Is't thou that hast saved this, destroyed this wretched sphere?
I think before anyone can say anything, Yarlo, like he says that, or the creature says that. I don't even know what the fuck this thing is. Yarlo just says, "What the fuck is going on right now?" He and I both are just like so confused.
Oh great celestial! You have been trapped within the sphere for how long has it been?
50 years?
When did... Since Thavius Krieg first made a deal with Zerial.
I think
So
it's 50
probably
years.
somewhere between 50 and 150.
Forgive me, but forgive me for the quickness, but it has been at least a century since you were trapped in the metal sphere. The leader of our city, Elturel, Thavius Krieg made a terrible deal consigning all our souls to the Nine Hills and Zerial. But we with the with the help of Lulu, our wonderful Hollyford friend, have been desperately. Barnaby's just rambling.
This...
Shut up! Shut up!
I appreciate your long-windedness, but this does not concern me. I have seen the city at stakes, and wish to free it, but whilst the chains are still connected, there is naught that I can do. It will sink no further, but the rest must be done by others. I would stay to help, but I have things to attend to far greater than a single city.
Of course.
You, man. Fuck you.
What?
Okay, what must be done? What must be done? Just let us. You have things to do. At least point us in the right direction.
Sever the chains. There are artifacts of power which can do as such, or perhaps creatures of great strength.
That's so vague. That's so vague.
You exist on a plane of powerful things. I trust you if you had the wherewithal to be able to deconstruct such a devilish sphere. This should be simple for you.
Gus, you have a point. We do have the sword. The sword. It all comes back to the fucking sword. All right.
The sword.
If thou hast no need of me, I shall depart.
Fairly
And then
fucking well.
it spreads its arms wide and glows with this brilliant golden energy. And there is a pulse of green light
You take us out
that
of here.
spreads across the radius of the city itself. And all creatures within it gain 30 hit points.
Oh,
of healing.
sick. Nice.
Cool, I heal 4 hit points.
I heal 6.
I'm back at max.
It doesn't acknowledge your question before leaving, Gus.
How wonderful.
Arliss is just in the back cursing. Like, just straight French cursing, just nonsensical.
You notice that the flying fortress has moved aside and is slowly moving to the side so that it doesn't interfere with the rising of Elturel. And you notice a figure at the top of it, peering down at the city before beginning to descend.
No, we did do that. We did.
We need trans. I do not. I do not know which of you, but I do not want to be here when the angel of vengeance up there descends. I am willing to chip in part of my soul if someone wishes to be transported to the to that fortress.
To the fort. Where
are we going?
Back to the forge.
Where the place where we know the sword is, correct?
Oh, the flesh castle.
Oh, we're just going straight there.
Do you have a collective 40 soul?
Oh no, I do not.
I have 5.
I do not have collective 40 soul.
5.
Yeah, I definitely am not going to have enough to help out in that.
Unfortunate.
Okay, wait. How much does everyone have? Let's do quick maths.
11.
5, 11. My 5.
3.
8. Yeah, what? Yarlo?
3.
Oh.
So we don't have.
Oh yeah, no, fuck that. Yeah, no.
We would all
Absolutely.
die.
So, Lulu.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Lulu!
it was nice
Lulu!
seeing an instance of radiant energy and another celestial for a little bit.
Yeah.
But they kind of went away without doing a whole lot.
Yeah.
But you do see an old friend coming down to meet you rather swiftly now.
Oh.
Barnaby, is Lulu within grabbing range?
I'm high up in the air, I think. I think I'm very high up.
Barnaby is just calling out to Lulu. Lulu! Lulu, time to come down!
I don't think Lulu pays you much attention.
Oh no.
Whereas the figure at the top of the fortress was gliding briefly, they've now chosen to take a dive, swooping down towards the center of the city before very hastily pulling up. At the elevation of the city itself, swooping up and then spotting Lulu. So, with a couple flaps of their wings, the Archdevil Zerial approaches Lulu with a curious, confused, and somewhat angered look.
Oh no.
Does Lulu just like hug them?
Lulu Zerial is holding an immense black iron hammer in their left hand, and their right hand is gone. Now with the possession of a spiked flail on a chain attached to where their hand would have been.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Lulu, so their form, they're covered in this very organic looking armor, and rather than a proper halo, their head is wreathed in this burning flame above it. Their wings, rather than this fluffy white, are this oily, slick, shining black. And their under their chest plate is this long, free-flowing garment beneath them. Lulu, this triggers one of the last things you remember seeing of Zerial. in the initial invasion of the Hellriders, which is that when the Hellriders' forces fell, one of the demon princes cut off Zariel's hand before they and their forces had the chance to retreat. And they hover before Lulu, very quizzical, and just say, "Why are you here? And what have you done?"
I don't think Lulu has anything to say to that. I think Lulu, like, her eyes are like, they're wide, but she's taking all of this, like Lulu has this whimsical thing, you know, she's a bit like a toddler, but in this moment, like, the gears are turning, and she takes all of this in, and I think she stays there for a moment, hovering, and then just swoops back down, and is just like, nope, this is not the Zariel I knew, this is not right, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, and she's flying away as fast as she can.
Zariel pauses for a moment and looks, just watches Lulu zip down, and then descends into the city square, and lands gently on the torn and cracked stone, looking at all of you.
Oh, no. No.
I guess Barnaby just grabs onto Lulu as soon as they're in reach, if that's a thing.
She just basically free falls at you. Just
Soft hands to catch.
like a fucking baseball.
Yeah, Barnaby's frozen now.
I think
Barnaby's frozen in fear.
I want to do something, but I'm not sure what to do. You know what I mean? Like, I want to step forward and I want to say something, but I have no idea what that would be.
I also am. Advocate's gears are also turning, which is a thing. Woo! Okay. Yeah, I think she lands, and I think Advocate just stands his ground.
Zariel allows the head of the immense black hammer that they wield to hit the stone of the ground with a mighty thump, and then places their hand atop the pommel.
I step forward, but continue.
They look at you, and they sigh for a moment. They stand there. They let out a long exhale, and then just look out onto the surface of Avernus, where much higher than you were before when you first stepped upon the steps of Elturel, you can see the horde span farther and farther and farther out onto the plains of Avernus.
I think I don't like this, so if somebody has something better, tell me. But I think Yarlo has like been slowly walking forward, not with like no expression, no malice, no nothing, just like walking forward as if to like casually converse with Zariel. And he says something along the lines of like, God, what would he say? What do we even know what title Zariel holds? What title Zariel holds? They, okay.
Archdevil of the ninth plane?
Yes, they are. You know that they're an archdevil. I don't know how well you know the structure of the Nine Hells, but is the archdevil of this one.
I'm gonna roll a history check, and would it be history for that?
Yeah, either history or religion.
Ooh, religion would be better. That's the same thing. I'm gonna roll religion. That was a 17 plus 5, which is 22, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so Archdevil of Avernus, the ninth plane of Bator, would be the full title, but no one calls them that except at, like, special occasions.
Okay. Well, this to me is a special occasion, so...
It's a signifier.
Yeah, so I'm going to say all of that because I've already forgotten the second half of that.
Reasonable.
And so I use their full title and say, I know not in full what the fuck is happening here, but would you if you could explain to, and I don't like how I'm putting this, but if you could explain to us like what is happening and put everything in context, I would fucking appreciate it.
I will tell you the consequences of this. Which is that, signed to me, in a contract that saved, at one point, this entire city, are the souls of those who live here. They are mine by law, by right. They would end their mortal existence here. Not moments ago, if possible. And their numbers and strength would have been added to ours in such intensity, in such preparation, that this, points at the Horde, would not be a problem. That this would be a skirmish, one of thousands of millions that have occurred across this plane. And now that it has stopped, well done. They continue. The mortals exist further for another day, another moment, another month. But they're not free. The contract is broken, the ritual cannot be prepared, but they will suffer with us. You have doomed them to this fate. The war will continue. The war will always continue. Until we win it. And we could have, perhaps. But now? We will not stop fighting. There is naught but fighting. And I suppose I should say welcome, for you have invited yourselves to suffer with us.
Oh my god.
Arliss,
I
your needle's heating up.
Yeah, I figured. I figured. I wanna fucking fight so bad right now, but I don't wanna get smited by an archdevil.
It's not pointing towards Zariel.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
But Arliss has a few point words that I want to say, but I also don't want to get smited and immediately have a new character. Am I gonna risk it?
I did what I did, and I haven't been killed yet, so...
Stop. Okay, you're in the way now. Fuck it. Arliss is just gonna start laughing. Not like maniacally, but just start laughing.
Gus is in absolute cowering mode, apparently.
He just looks to Zariel and just kind of like wipes his eyes from like the tears. Who the hell do you think you are to have any say in mortal lives?
I don't respond.
Do you really
I kept looking at you like you just fucking grew a second head. It's like,
So is Barnaby, for that matter.
Arliss is paying attention to none of you right now. There are worse things out there than death. I have lived some of them myself. To live it a second time, fuck it all. But you have no right to say what these people of El Terrell are worth. So how dare you? These are not my people, but neither are they yours. We are not part of your fight, and damn you for including us in it.
I wish I had 1/10 of your bravery right now, Arliss.
Arliss's one hand is kind of shaking, because it's just the adrenaline right now.
The mistake you make is assuming that this is not anyone's fight. If this is lost, all is lost. The hells, the middle planes, the heavens. This is the line. The one and only line. We receive no support from elsewhere. Marginal support from the other archdevils, maybe. None from the heavens, little from the middle planes, and they are weak as they are. Falling here means the falling of all.
And again, I say, it is not our fight.
I need to mute all my fucking servers. Shut up, everybody.
Barnaby speaks shakily, if I may. Am I interrupting a good moment?
Oh, please go ahead.
Everybody gets to speak their piece.
It's cool.
My name is Barnaby Dawes, son of Ahab Dawes and Patricia Dawes. We all, in the wake of the Vampires' Crusade, devoted ourselves to Torm because we believed that Torm had saved us. We devoted and gladly laid our lives and our souls onto them because they accepted us, because we decided to. My parents died in the servants of Torm, as servants of Torm, and so shall I. I never pledged my soul to some archdevil, some foolish fallen angel. If you had wanted our help in the war, if you had wanted us to lay our souls before you, then you only need have saved us with your and shown yourself doing so. You lost all right to our souls when you refused to take any responsibility for your actions. You lost all right to our souls when you took from us what we had
Leave
not
here or the
promised
city
you.
dies.
What do you? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Leave here or the city dies. I'd been considering allowing it to persist. Its death would gain me no advantage now that the contract has broken. And I have no reason to end more mortal lives. But this... it's frustrating, infuriating, that you think yourselves so big.
Far greater than the one who reduced themselves to what we see now.
Reduced. Sacrificed. Abandoned, slain, sloughed off, and lost. I am a honed edge. Broken by its wielders.
if losing here means losing all, why don't the Gus?
Gus says, "All right, I'm a head out."
Is Gus just like gone?
Gus is
Okay.
If losing here means losing all, then why aren't the upper planes helping?
I thought the same thing. This is why I was here. My task, initially, was to observe. To simply watch. The conflict that wasn't ours. The conflict that was between the devils and the demons. All that it is, all that it was, in its perpetuity since the beginning of time and before it. Always just a war. A war that never stopped. A war that could not be won, they said. And thus, we were meant to watch, to sit by and simply observe as a battle over the fate of everything raged to no avail, to no gain on either side, to a standstill whose only purpose was to grind the souls not fortunate enough to make it to the upper planes. But there were points, there were falters, there were moments where this war could have been lost. But it's not our job. As those in heaven, it's simply not our concern. The war isn't here. The war does not concern us. All things are connected, but those bridges are closed to them. Closed by the devils. I was tired of watching a battle that could be won continue to be fought for all time. So I trained a force that could do it. And they could have if we were not betrayed. As one always is. They throw a fleeting glance at Lulu.
Shield the baby.
But we have our friends. We have those who believed in us once. I will make the same offer I did not long ago. And Lulu, if you want to return, I will send you. You don't need to be here. And you see Zariel's gaze soften slightly.
She's offering to send Lulu back to the Celestial Planes? Or
Last time, Zariel sent you to the Middling Planes.
Oh, right.
Though I don't believe you remember that. I don't think you got that memory back yet.
No, I don't think so. I think Lulu considers, but then she'll kind of like wiggle back out of like Barnaby's arms. And kind of like stands herself up on her little bitty legs and says, "My fight is here."
With whom?
I thought she kind of like wilts again. Kind of like looks between Barnaby and her.
I would not dare to ask you to fight with me, but I would lower myself to plead not to fight against me.
Uh, I think. I think Lulu will get up in the air and kind of look around for a moment, and he looks at Barnaby
Morale
for a
check.
she looks to Barnaby for a moment, and she looks a little sad. But I think she flies over to Zariel and like just stays in front of her and looks at her like meaningfully.
Zariel allows the hammer to stand on its own and reaches out a gauntleted hand to very gently brush against Lulu's fur. And you see just like a glimmer of something at the edge of their eyes. The Zariel you knew is in there somewhere.
My fight is with you.
With me?
With you.
Big.
Then I would be honored to have you by my side.
If you look at Barnaby's face is more kind of lost out of the infuriation. It's more of just a cold soldier stare, like one that the kind that is essentially taught to a soldier, one to not show anything, not show approval or disapproval, just cold nothingness. That's what Lulu would see in Barnaby's stare.
What of the rest of you? I will not demand your fealty. I know as much. What will you do? I am curious. I have minutes from a battle. I do not know if I will win.
We
Are
shall
you happy
continue.
now?
Are you all insane? Why are you laughing, Arliss?
I'm also.
Are you happy?
We shall continue as we have forward as we have
I
before.
speak for you have all said your piece, and that is all well and good. I have my own piece to say.
Oh, boy.
Archdevil. Jeez. Advocate finally steps forward. If you feel a wrong has been done, then allow me to say I'm willing to right it. If there is any way I may assist, having misstepped beforehand, then you need not demand, I simply offer. Know it.
For what purpose?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you because I wasn't. Wait, shit. Was I there when you said? Yeah. No, that's because I told Gideon not to trust you, so I don't even trust this.
I said it before. You know very well my motives in all of this. But if there is a way... Why must I explain myself to you? This is getting... listen. We have seemingly done you a great wrong, and I cannot speak for them. I cannot. But I will do what must needs be done to right it. You're the archdevil, yet you are the archdevil of this plane. You are strong and you are powerful. Right?
Indeed.
But you need more.
Clearly.
Allow me to assist. I may be but one, but isn't that what we're all just ones of thousands of hundreds of million, like...
I wielded a weapon. It's lost. Hidden. Dutifully by this one. And Zerial gestures to Lulu. Perhaps I could squeeze some modicum of power back from it. You are small. I do not know what you are capable of.
You know that we were capable of this. If we're so small, how were we capable of so much?
A fine question. Fine question indeed.
I say we have need of each other. That is what I propose.
Then do this for me.
Advocate spinning plates left and right.
Listen, the gears are turning. Like they
It's
I'm shooting a shot.
Witnessing this is just absolutely infuriating to y'all. Because he's legitimately just like, what is the best thing for everybody? Like, how do I like save the most lives? What is most important? And you're just over here like, let's make deals. Let's do shit for myself. And he's fucking livid.
So, I would like to go out of character for a hot sec.
Yeah.
This seems like it might be a bit of a breaking point for this party as a cohesive whole. I really appreciate that everyone has a lot of their own interests, and that's super great. But I want to know whether we want this to continue as a whole and whether we want to move forward toward that, or if we want to do some character switching, tell some individual stories, like if we want to take some of today's session to decide what happens to some of these characters and move on from there. Because I genuinely don't know where we collectively should go from here.
Yeah.
It's a good... It's...
I guess the question right now is, where does everyone stand?
You should know where Barnaby stands, probably. Barnaby doesn't care. Is actually surprisingly standing on the side of Arliss, as in this is not Old Terrell's problem. That's what Barnaby's standing, where Barnaby is standing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might also be important to bring into this conversation what kind of story we want to tell collectively.
Mm-hmm.
Because it would be really easy to go hard tragedy off the end of this.
Oh, yeah.
Which would be really sad, but it would be potent sad
That would just be good story.
Or about individual character arcs. One of the big things that I really like about this campaign book that I think I would like to make explicit now, especially, is that Zerial is redeemable. Is a character that you can interact with in ways to convince otherwise. I'd kind of been going back and forth on whether I wanted to be transparent about that. But I feel it would be necessary to do so now.
Right.
To kind of figure out, but also that doesn't have to be the case. We don't have to redeem Zerial if we don't want to. They can just be a villain. They don't have to be like some
a tragic
project.
villain, maybe.
Very much, yeah. That's a lot of what I was going for with my depiction of Zerial in this campaign was tragic villain. Personally, Here's my dilemma currently. Is I would kind of I personally would like to make this a hopeful narrative if possible, but I don't know if this party composition can do that. I think Yarlo has expressed a lot of interest previously as a character, Yarlo distinct from Matt as a player.
Yes.
In listening and reformation. I think Barnaby could swing a whole bunch of ways. Don't even know which path is the hopeful one, personally.
I actually agree with that. I'm struggling as a player to like figure out who is right and who is righteous, you know?
Right. I think kind of unequivocally the most righteous thing to do, the most blatantly righteous thing in this scenario is just saving Elturel.
Yeah.
In its entirety. And you can get to the broader senses of saving Elturel and either maintaining the war, like doing your best to make sure that it just continues instead of being won by either side, or saying it's not your problem and that it never really was, and it's more important to save individuals. But like, part of the reason I wanted to step out of character for this right now is, yeah, it's a
tricky.
Yeah, it's a tricky place to go. And I also think that it would be I have a problem with saying it's not our problem kind of thing with the current events going on. Yeah. That's completely reasonable.
My bad. I was brought that
You
up.
also have to bring in the fact that this is a narrative of people being dragged against their will into a conflict.
Then
that is all conflict, my friend.
Yeah.
Conflict all the way down.
Here's my conflict as a GM. I have a goal I think we could strive toward that is it makes sense for the book.
Yeah.
I don't know if it makes sense for the characters.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be cool to
I'm sure if we plan correctly, we could find a way to make? Do you think there's a way to,
I
if we
think
reorient ourselves, perhaps character-wise?
definitely, but that would require. I don't know if it would even require change in the characters. I just want to know what everyone wants to do.
I'm okay with changing characters if it comes to it. 100%.
I mean, yeah, maybe what I'm trying to say is not so much like changing character, like switching to a new character, as much as
Their
making
behavior.
changes in a character. But I also don't want to do that because it would. These are really good characters, a lot of them.
I'd like to say that there are possibly narrative tools such that we can align both goals in one way or another. That are there just any elements of the story that would allow us to continue the path and still get to the ending that we all want?
I think so. But
Is
that would be my worry is making the campaign deterministic.
Right, so that it's a track that's already
Because
been.
I want to because that's the issue I have with books.
Right.
Is
Yeah.
I don't want to have an ending and just have everything in the middle be filler. I want to play to find out what happens.
Yeah. What the fuck? Sorry, there's like 8 pigeons on the roof next to me staring at me, and it's just.
They're interested.
fucking pigeon queen.
Oh.
It's the Raven.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe here's somewhat of a solution to kind of help. Like, we can what are some endings that we very specifically do not want? Is that something that we can kind of like?
I personally wouldn't like the demons to overrun the entire universe.
Right. I think that's all. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Granted, so like part of the idea is that they. So one of the GM problems.
Can't say too much.
Because again, I don't want to make the campaign deterministic.
Yeah.
And it's not like I'm not doing the thing I used to do in early Kyla where I had like the whole thing planned out. It's a lot more loose bullet points that can be arranged in many different ways. I think the probably the easiest thing to say in this scenario that is maybe obvious, maybe not. Zerial's wrong
Right.
Yeah.
in that this isn't the only way.
Mm-hmm.
This absolutely isn't the only way. It's the way they chose
Yeah.
because it was the way they had available to them. But this is not the only way to protect lots of things and to protect lots of people. And you can figure that out. The wrong about a few things, in fact. And those things, some of those things are that they are wrong about is kind of I've wheedled into character narratives. So Arliss, if you end up doing a lot more exploration personally, that will reveal more things in addition. Advocat, if you start digging around more, that will also reveal things. We haven't engaged a whole lot on the Gus Yarlow, maybe Tiamat situation.
I was waiting for that one.
Um,
Wondering how we were going to get back to that.
Yeesh.
okay, this is maybe a weird suggestion. I'm wondering if the correct vector to go on from here with these characters is collective spite. In that the party's just like, no, fuck you, you're wrong.
although again, what does Yarlo have to say about that?
Well, yeah.
And what does Gus have to
Well,
say?
Yarlo said that Zero was wrong to their face.
True.
I think
Oh.
literally.
Currently, right now, is Arliss, Barnaby, and maybe Yarlo against, and Advocat and Gus for.
Now
Is
we're
that-
Gus has just
is
been
that- is
afraid. I don't know what Gus is.
Yeah.
Gus is again. I think important distinctions here are Gus as a character, and people as characters and people as players.
Yeah. Can I ask something? Because I
Absolutely.
think we started to do this, and I kind of wish that we would have gone full hog, because I would like to know, like, where does everybody stand? Because I think everybody, well, not everybody, but I think there has been some like talk of like, well, Arliss or Carolina was just like, well, yeah, these three are for this and these two are for that. Like, do we know that though? Like, can we
Yeah.
lay out like, this is where I think this character is,
That's
and
at
this is
least
where they would go from here. And that way, I think it's going to be a lot easier for us to figure out a coming together.
Mhm.
Establish some groundwork and vectors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Gus is super afraid. We know that. I guess.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, sweet. Okay.
Welcome back.
Sorry that this had to happen while you were like on text. Yeah. So like, do we want to just like go around that? Also, side
Round
note,
table.
I appreciate that. I would like to thank you all for allowing me to do this.
Yeah.
No, this is absolutely necessary.
Because I think it's important.
Yeah, very important.
Because this is first of all, I also additionally, that scene that we had before doing this, I think was stellar. I think that was super fun and interesting.
I was really happy with myself. I'm sorry.
It's really good. It was really good.
Yeah.
Well, because those
Just
are
all the
exactly the
different-
kind of questions that need to be posed and the kind of points that need to be raised.
Just
Good
this,
thing.
Caroline, I'm really happy Arliss and Barnaby actually agreed on something.
Good job playing, everyone.
I was really happy with that. But yeah, I mean, I guess I can start then, since I'm already speaking.
Yeah, go for it.
Me as a player, I think it's really kind of flip-floppy, just because I totally see the points that Zariel is making, but Arliss, just as a character, he doesn't believe gods have any power. He doesn't believe Zariel has any right either. Like,
Seems reasonable.
100% just like, this is complete bullshit. We don't have to do anything for you. Let us decide our own destiny. So, for at least my character, he is against, like, fighting alongside them. But contractually, if, like, we decide, like, to do it, he will join, but just completely just spiteful of the rest of the group.
All right. So Barnaby is again taking sort of the side of Arliss. Again, as a player, very much see the whole Zariel thing. I understand the point. Barnaby and me aren't the same person. I should always try and do that, mention that. But Barnaby is very much sort of in the same camp as Arliss, only in that Barnaby does not despises Zariel and their decision to make decisions for the people of Elturel. The sort of the seizure of free will. That is why Barnaby stands against everything Zariel does. And Barnaby is a stubborn enough character that they do not want to see Zariel's side. Barnaby is very spiteful, as much as he does not think he is.
But could he be convinced?
He could be with enough self-examination. Who would? The question is who would. The question is how would that happen? But I could make that happen. Anytime. I'm in full control of my character.
Agency.
No, it's taking control. I don't know how to stop. moved.
My character's moving on its own, senpai.
Sometimes it feels that way with the Advocat. It's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. What would Advocat do?
I mean, you can really get stuck in headspace. Like,
yeah, it's
really
it's powerful.
Yeah.
And which is why, again, like I think it's important to have do this check-in.
Yeah, that's great.
Because not all of us are playing good characters, me included. And sometimes it's well, like entirely good characters. It's sometimes hard to figure out, to separate yourself as your characters from yourself as yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
But no.
So Advocat ? Or sorry, were you like pretty much done, Eli?
Yeah, pretty much. I guess just to sum up, yeah, Barnaby stands against Zariel out of spite and very stubbornly. Could be convinced to see part of Zariel's side, even though he's staunchly against condemning the people of Elturel.
All right. Yeah, Advocat.
Yes. So I am definitely like decidedly the most self-serving character who like present, I would say. Maybe Gus could be argued,
Yeah, I was about to say Gus is pretty self-serving as well, but not
Because
nearly as like manipulative in that way. But
I feel like I've done a little bit of a disservice by holding on so tightly to things like backstory and motivations. I try to be transparent about the fact that Advocat cares about Advocat. So Advocat is doing all the things that Advocat is going to do to get a one-up. But I can be more transparent about specific things, such as, one, Advocat is not happy with his current contract. So, like, all the stuff with Belle, it is literally just to appease Belle and to, like, catch up on all the, like, things they owe regarding their contract. I don't know if anyone went back and listened to the specific session where we first meet Belle. Advocat was asked by Belle to basically act as a double agent for Zariel. So that was what was happening just now, essentially. But here's the thing also. That could happen. But if Zariel turns out to be that much more powerful, there is a full chance that Advocat could just be like, buy my contract. Like, I will work for you. Like, I will, like, and do an actual betrayal. But at the end of the day, that depends on other action, like further down the road. I can't predict whether that will actually be the right thing for him to do because of circumstances. So, Advocat has literally no opinion about like all the stuff with El Terrell, all of the like world-ending stuff.
Double agent how? Like against their...
Yes, yeah, an agent for Belle spying on Zariel.
Yeah.
You've gone all robot-y again, Thorn. I'm sorry. Yeah. So if this were to move forward in the trajectory that it feels like it's moving forward, you're good. Advocat would be basically trying to juggle being a servant of Belle, being a servant of Zariel, but with the intention of either like backstabbing one or the other. It just kind of depends. It's just that's kind of up to like a mix of the party and also the other two. Belle has also made some amount of promises to Advocat as well if he performs well. So keeping that in mind. If any good were to somehow come out of Advocat's actions, that is entirely just like coincidental
by circumstance.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's possible too. So like,
right.
But because Advocat's kind of ultimate goal, like currently, is both to appease his current contract and get out of it.
Right.
But there are very limited ways to do that.
Get out of it if it can't be renegotiated to a point that he's satisfied with, which
Right.
would be probably difficult to do, but you know,
Mm-hmm.
Advocat is the my ending for Advocat is so blank and just kind of whatever, like, is the most convenient for him. He could literally do anything as long as it turned out well for him in specific and his kin.
All right. How about Gus? Let's see if this audio works.
Can you hear me?
Can.
Sweet. So Gus is like
Oh, and it melts.
mostly just worried about his own. Oh.
It works occasionally. Just talk through it.
Okay. Mostly just worried about his own, like, survival kind of thing, like his survival instincts. So in this situation that he's in, the whole like fireflies his kingdom thing. Also, like, thinking as well, just it doesn't feel right to not do something, I guess.
Self-serving, but he's got a little bit of a moral compass.
In a way, yeah. Like, I mean, and I guess that might just be me, but I don't know.
It's hard to play purely self-centered characters.
Yeah.
Well, because also, like, with this information, it's more of like extending it beyond just the situation he's in currently, because, like, to him, leaving is also his own demise. You know, just leaving the situation
I do
to devolve into chaos. Is like it's just going to end in his own eyes. Just with that, and I don't know. Gus could go either way with it, but me as Thorn is like, I don't know. It just I see a lot of parallels, just like the way that have been unfolding. It doesn't sit right with me to not
act.
Do some.
Yeah.
Even if yes, theater wise, it's hard. It's real hard.
Sorry, I'm trying not to laugh because the audio is like
it is roboting a bit.
It's crunchy.
So, well, so what happens is you slow down, and then it speeds way up, and then we miss a whole bunch because it was going so fast. Like, it's doing literal audio rubber banding. It's
so that's been happening with you guys. Been talking to. Like, there would be times where it's like all of a sudden it'll just like cut out, and then it was just like fuck.
That's pretty much exactly what we're doing.
Yeah,
you'll have to re-listen to this recording.
With Gus, like,
yeah, you need to listen to this one when it goes up. Holy fuck!
Oh boy!
I did say earlier I thought Advocat was the most self-serving, but thinking back now, he is. But the whole idea is that he's doing this for his girls. So it's like, at least he does have, like, that is his, like, Northern Star. Mm-hmm. His Northern Star is his children. So, like,
yeah,
it's a lot harder if you don't have...
Gus's Northern Star is... Oh, sorry. I think there's also a delay as well.
Yep.
Yeah,
with when I'm saying something, and when you guys are hearing it.
Yeah.
So, rip. Oh god, yeah, there's a hell of a delay.
Incredible.
I'll just talk.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Aw, Thorn.
hopefully the internet will be better soon.
We know you're here, my friend.
Sorry, Thorn.
That was.
Um,
It's bad, but it's fucking funny.
It's really funny.
It was really funny to listen to.
Are we still
Aw.
recording? Just out of curiosity.
We are.
Okay, good.
That'll be
I-
excellent listening.
Oh no, our viewership, our non-existent
Yeah.
viewership.
Hey, our last video had
what?
8
Yeah.
views, and they were all me.
Hey.
You're still muted, Caroline.
At least 2 of them.
At
were
least
me.
2.
At least 2.
I'm always.
I mean, it's for us. If I started actually doing stuff with y'all where we wanted to actually produce it, I would make a different channel. Because this is an archive channel. This is for us. I've thought
Yeah.
about unlisting them too, but my sibling listens to them. So
Also, like,
Cute.
if somebody finds enjoyment out of them, why not let them
right,
listen?
yeah,
We have exactly 1 or 2 dedicated fans out there. which is
right.
so-
Because Hannah's got some fan art. People who are really into following the stories.
People love Staldar and Yursashi so fucking much.
I
Like,
love
it's,
it.
I love them.
Liam? Fucking Liam would scream about them all
1
the
minute.
Precious. Perfect.
every single session. I'd immediately go to Liam and be like, "Oh, this happens," and like he was so into it. Liam fucking was in love with Staldar.
Oh my god, yes!
Any character, like yeah, he liked Dahlia because obviously, but no, Staldar was his fucking favorite.
Staldar's a good character. We can talk
Yeah.
about Kylo more later, though.
Like,
Yeah. Be a different
Yarlo.
So Yarlo.
I feel
Sorry.
like when we talked to Gideon last, Gideon basically gave him the world's worst trolley
Problem.
experiment.
Yeah.
And so now that now he's like, okay, do I hit Elturel with the trolley, or do I hit the entire world with the trolley? Like, which one is worse? And that's kind of where he's coming from. And so he's like, he thinks that the most righteous thing to do in this moment would be to forsake Elturel, if that is his only option, which is basically what he's been posited, right? It's like you either side with Zariel or you don't, and then
Right.
everybody's fucked. And so, like, yeah, I think when he was talking to Zariel, like, all he wanted there was like, I want to know what the fuck is going on. Like, why is all this happening?
And obviously Zariel believes that, yeah, that's the trolley problem for Zariel. They firmly believe that, like, any sacrifice is worth it if it means winning this war. Or what they think will win this war.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how easy it would be to convince Yarlo that there are more than 2 tracks on the trolley problem. And some of them don't involve killing lots and lots of innocent people.
I think it would be very easy. I think it would just have to be laid out for him, because I think he sees those are the 2 options. And so if I've got to choose, I'm gonna, like, there's no option in the trolley problem where you just stop the train, right? So like
Right.
everything is in motion, and I've got to choose one
Fix
side.
the brakes.
Yeah.
The problem's not inherent to the problem. So you're kind of, Yarlo as a character is kind of in a
In a binary option, sort of.
Yeah, he wants to do what's right. Yeah, I think
just kind of period.
he wants
Yeah.
to do what's right. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is maybe a weird solution. After listening to everyone talk about this, I've been thinking about doing this since the beginning of the campaign. There's a play called, I think, like Inferno or something like that. It's where the really famous line "Hell is other people" comes from.
Oh, yep.
And there's a bit in it where at one point a portal out of hell opens.
Yes, and nobody takes it.
And
Sartre.
people choose... Yeah, Sartre, there we go. And people choose not to take it. I'm wondering if maybe a simpler solution to... I don't know if it even would be a solution to this, is the thing. Is just Zariel giving the party the option, if you want to leave and not worry about this anymore, you can. Because I don't think most of you would take it. Because Arliss still has unanswered questions. Barnaby still needs to save the city. Yarlo still wants to do what's right. Advocat still has to weasel out of a contract. And Gus wants to fix things.
Things are not resolved.
Things are not resolved. We haven't met those dragons yet.
I hate that you're right.
And if we also just want to very quickly resolve Advocat trying to essentially split the party and peace out with fucking or whatever she wants, like, she can just deny him.
They. And I've also incorrectly gendered my own character a few times, especially last session, and I'm trying to get back on track. Gender doesn't make sense for Celestials for me. Yeah, I think their primary... I think their response to that was true. Is just like, do something for me first.
Right.
Like,
okay.
Like, very much in the sense of, like, you want to fix this? Go ahead. I'm not going to direct you. I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to support you. Do it.
I'm not going to hold your hand. Show me that you're worth it.
Right. Prove it, basically.
Yeah.
Like, Advocat says that he can be valuable. They want him to prove it.
So, if I'm getting this straight, we just spent half an hour talking about what we should do, and the end result has come to nothing? Question mark?
Sometimes it feel like
well,
that.
I think it was important to establish where we are and where we were going.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's very funny.
So some of the more established through lines for this are get the sword. So that's a big one. Lulu can go with you or not. Lulu rejoining Zariel's a really interesting character choice. And I think you could split either way of whether you want Lulu to continue hanging out with the party or not.
Yeah, honestly, if that's something that...
I can also bring Rhea back.
Yeah, I was about to say, we also have other NPCs in Elturel if any of you want to add characters.
Point, but she's still there.
But I think... Yeah. So I guess... my semi-conclusion to this pulse check of figuring out how everyone is doing is, now we know how everyone is doing. And are we going to continue to play to see how this finds out? See how this works out?
I still want to play to see how this goes out.
How this goes out? Maybe with the intention in mind that there are solutions, that there are endings to this that aren't awful.
Yes. That, and with that in mind, that we want to aim for that. If possible.
And
I'm willing to take a step back then, because I was leading it.
I really liked what was going on there. But yeah, that's appreciated. And I think we can continue to do that with our existing cast.
Okay.
If anyone ever feels like that's really conflicting, or if they just want to change characters, by all means. If you don't like any of our options in Elturel, you can grab a lone biker from the Wasteland gang. You can find a devil make a devil from any of the legions. You can pick someone from a different plane. You can pick some, like, there are definitely ways, if you want to make a new character, if you really, really want to, if you think that the trajectory we are going on is incompatible with your present character, that we can travel toward. But personally, I think we can still be working toward that kind of goal with our present cast, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, I'm still really stoked to see how all of your characters' stories turn out, because you're super interesting, and this was very much a catalyst moment for everyone's characters.
Yeah. I was very much afraid that I'd have to change characters, but I was also ready for it at any point. I have one basically made up, just in case that would be more of like kind of a mediator neutralizer.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, let's face it, Arliss is a fucking force of nature. He'll do what he needs to get shit done. So if it comes to it where I feel like he wouldn't even associate with the party anymore, just to like disagreements or just kind of like how it's flowing, I might. But for the most part, I think it'll be fine. So I just wanted to bring that out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Advocat is malleable enough that, like, he'll follow the opportunities as he sees them.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of seeing them.
Well, and I think here's the issue with both me as a player and as Yarlo as a character, is I'm not a very how do I put this? I'm not really the ideas guy. I'm the like, I'm just gonna follow and go along with this, and if this seems fun or funny, then let's fucking do it. And since that's me, Yarlo is very much the follower, and I like Advocat and Barnaby and Arliss, like all of these characters are so headstrong that it's very difficult for him to figure out how to, and for me to figure out how do I get what I want out of this? And that's partly a me problem, obviously, but it's also like, how do I make this character, how do I allow this character to get what he wants? How do I how do I follow this character's like want to do right when nothing feels good?
If I may say, I think one of the best things you can do is have Yarlo talk to the other characters a lot more, or at least bring up these conversations, have the debates that we need to debate, because the way that will resolve the party the little fractures in the party that we have is by confronting them as the characters. Because I believe that us as players want our characters to agree.
Or at least want our characters to generate interesting drama.
I mean, that's just me, but like, at least get along enough where it's just like we can be alongside each other.
Right. You don't have to be friends, but you have to be together.
Yes.
Yeah, having a common goal. And right now I think that's where...
And you've collectively proven you can work well together.
Agree.
Like, as characters, I mean, not as players.
Yeah.
The last 2 years have proven you can all work well collectively as players. But I mean the specific subset of characters. Yeah. So I think with that, I would like to get a purposeful individual, like, affirmation from everyone to make sure that we're, like, good and okay with moving forward.
Yes.
I'm okay with moving forward. I'm just worried a bit. I'm only just worried about Yarlo. If you're okay with that.
I'm also worried about Yarlo.
Well, maybe that's something we need to figure out in character then, where we do.
I think so
Yeah.
too, yeah.
That's something that needs to happen in character.
And if it ever gets to the point where it's just like a little much, just call for a stop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can take the break.
We have functions available.
One thing I wish we all had video. I know we can't. This is not a like technological complaint. But one thing that I really like, and I'm definitely going to bring to my physical tables, that I stole wholeheartedly from Jacob Burgess as a GM, which is that whenever you speak out of character, you do this. You do half a moose antler. And whenever you want to hard stop the table, you do moose on fire.
Who's
Moose on fire.
Moose on fire, which I think is very funny, specifically because it goes, if you need to stop things, even if it's serious, you can't be that mad when someone's doing this. Like, it draws a little bit of the inherent silliness to the table.
Yeah.
That's fun.
That's
I like
just a
that.
side thing. But yeah, if so, do you then you, Matt, as a
Yeah.
person, as a human being, whomst I care about very much, are you okay with figuring that out in character and then making decisions on if you want to play, how you want to play, and who you want to play from there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Gus, are you good?
I am good. Yeah, I think
Um,
Gus is kind of like he'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. Cool.
Ritual high five all around.
I am also good. I'm glad we
Yeah.
got a chance to talk through this and have the trust to do that with everyone, right? Each other. Where to go from here?
Yeah.
So Zariel is
Right.
standing in front of all of us.
Well, I think this is probably a decent time for Zariel to make their exit.
Right.
Is very much with the statement as before to Advocat, which is like, if you want me to pay attention to you, prove that you're worth paying attention to. And then flies off for the battlefield.
Okay. What would I guess before she does, I think do we want Lulu to stay with the group? I'll let this be up to y'all. Do y'all want?
Barnaby wants Lulu back, but I stand by whatever decision you want to make. Anna, you're in control.
Agree.
I think it's a lot more interesting if Lulu leaves,
Yeah.
even if for a little bit.
Is
Because Lulu doesn't have to return immediately either.
Right. I was going to say maybe she could be gone for a while, or if we did want her to stay, I would just pause it. Like maybe Lulu like offers like, what if I watch them for you to kind of see what happens to like you know.
Sly.
Would Lulu do that though?
Secrets.
Now, here's the thing. Would Lulu do that? Would Lulu, corrupted by the same force that is corrupting Zariel, do that?
Interesting. I think I'm gonna say, me personally, playing Lulu, I would prefer Lulu not get corrupted because I'm already playing such a fucking bankrupt
Right.
character.
You want to play baby.
Okay.
I think I kind of want Lulu to stay wholesome.
Okay. So what if that manifests not as like any actual significant character change, but if it's just like Lulu but punk? Goth
Lulu
Lulu.
comes back and she's dyed black.
She's got like eyeshadow and like black nail painted hooves
She's
and
got
like
like a little like spiked bracelet.
she has a tusk piercing.
Oh,
Oh,
she's,
no.
But she's
an
the
elephant,
same.
right? Like she's
Yeah.
got these
Polyphant.
big long ears, so
She has gauges
Just-
now.
yeah, like gauges and like those huge like loop earrings.
Plugs.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but I'm thinking just like giant earrings.
Yeah.
But gauges also work. Or both.
And now she's like bad girl Lulu.
Yeah.
But she's like the same. She has not changed as a character. Yeah, exactly. Very much like hardcore Bubbles.
I'm bad. Show you.
I will, if Lulu goes with Zariel, give Lulu back the ability to turn into a mammoth.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
I like that idea.
that's kind of cool. That's kind of
So
cool.
as Lulu flies off with Zariel toward the battlefield, you see Lulu transform from her tiny Holophant form into a war mount.
Yeah, and you just hear, you know, like big elephant, not her little like toot. It's big elephant time.
Why the fuck would she not do this for us? That would save so much time.
She baby mode.
And the 5 of you are left standing in El Terrell's square.
Shit.
The sword, then.
Well, you fucking proud of yourself, Advocate?
What do you want from me, goddammit? What do you want? Why is everything my fault all of the time?
Because I'm sorry, you cause it.
My goodness. We undid the thing, and the thing came out of the thing, and now Elturel isn't sinking. Like, why can't we just be happy with that? That we've a small victory, yes, but a victory nonetheless.
A victory that has potentially doomed the world. Yes, I feel thrilled. Positively vibrating with joy over here.
Do you really think that this is the only, like, are you so convinced that the only way to save the god's damned planet of Gaiul is this one way? You think this one city is enough? Because the way she makes it sound like nothing will ever be enough.
Well, where's your plan, Mr. One with plans?
Small out of Avernus, actually. Like, he was, like, super pissed, but he was just like...
My plans. What are my plans? My plans are to take care of me and mine. All right? Have I not made that clear enough? Is that
You have made that very clear. But what are your plans for other than destroying Elturel and saving the world? What do you plan on doing?
We shall find a way, even if it may not be so obvious, Yarlo.
I hate to agree with him. I don't agree with him.
Please, let's expound on that, because words have completely failed me at this point.
You are so caught up with... sorry.
No, please, continue.
Go on.
You are so caught up with this binary idea of sacrifice... Oh,
wow.
Part of me's throwing...
Just knocking rubble over.
You're so caught up with this binary idea of sacrifice Elturel, save the multiverse, so caught up with with the foolish angel's idea of right and wrong. Can you not see where this idea of right and wrong has gotten them? Gotten them stuck in the 9 hells, corrupted as a shell of their former self. I would not be believing their words of such a binary option, Yarlo. Search for a third option. Shine the light of Lathander upon what is in the darkness, what is not currently visible to us. They trust that another option will appear. Righteousness is not right. Half evils need not be done necessarily. Sorry.
Can you say that last part again? You were a little out.
Oh, sorry. He's essentially just saying, he's commenting on your faith, now say, shine the light of Lathander upon the third option that is not currently visible to us. Bring the light to blah, etc, blah, 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 proselytizing. You get the idea.
Rejecting the idea of a binary.
Yeah.
Yes. In his long-winded way.
Which is a mood.
Same hat.
Big mood.
I just got
Barnaby
it.
is Big mood.
Barnaby, patron saint of bisexuals and non-binary people.
Wonderful.
That is not how I expected that character arc to turn into. But I'm here for it.
Incredible.
Happy Pride, y'all.
Gender.
Skipping pride and going straight to wrath.
Yep.
Gender is a social.
Yarlo so stuck in the gender binary, he can't even see the non-binary in front of him.
God, I love this group of players.
I think you pulling up Lathander and being like, let that be the light that guides. I think that is a very poignant point that, and it kind of like just shuts him up. I think. I'm not sure what he would say in response to that. That's very good.
Take your time to think. Take all the time. We have.
Well, okay, we don't exactly have all the time. I mean,
He said, "Take all of the time you need, and I shall."
I suppose I can't deny you, but maybe they will, and just kind of gestures around at everything else around them. Perhaps maybe the prudent thing to do is to take some shelter at this point in time. I don't know about you all, but I'm a bit spent.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. You do spot in the air above the battlefield. Well, there's a couple things that you'll notice collectively. The first of which being that Zerial's now engaged in combat. The fronts have collided. And the fiendish hordes, fiends are both devils. The devilish horde, the demonic hordes and the devilish armies are clashing very much. And you can hear some very powerful blows being delivered one onto another in some point along the connecting line, where Zerial appears to be fighting something that looks a lot like the Knolls, but is much larger, and carrying this massive flail and just complete bestial visage, and they're really going at it. Additionally, you see a white dragon flying toward El Terrell. From the direction of the towers, and it looks to have been quite heavily injured.
Oh my.
Is it
Dragon.
Is it landing?
It's in the air. It's not. It's a ways off.
Okay.
Hey,
It's not-
oh, go on.
I was just gonna say it's obviously not. It's not a multi-chromatic dragon. It is.
No, it is a white dragon.
Okay. It's not like Tiamat suddenly fucking like.
It is.
What's up, bitch?
Bruh.
Oops,
This is
it's
the last
Tiamat.
story.
Tiamat time.
How is the giant Knoll with the giant flail looking? I guess this is the first time really seeing
Happy, I
him
think,
in the
is how it
flesh.
looks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty stoked to
I don't
be here.
feel anything, do I? Other than like Needle being like, huh,
Hungry.
huh.
Young is like a wave. Come on.
Arliss is not feeling that kind of comfort right now. He's probably just stare.
Now might be a decent time to take some shelter and have a rest.
That's
Does that
Yeah.
make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
Bad idea.
And then probably end the session.
Yeah.
Oh.
The last thing Barnaby will say to Arliss as they walk to shelter, he'll say, I will say this one. Thank you for your words. And leaves it at that.
growth.
Like,
Growth.
Arliss is normally such like a smug person. It's almost like the constant like smirk on his face, he just kind of stops dead in his tracks and just kind of like drops it. He just is surprised. And then just huffs like a kind of like in a laugh and just continues on. Whether you see that or not, that's up to you.
Well, speaking of growth, you can all level up.
Wow.
Okay, let's do it.
And I think that's a reasonable place to call the session for today. So I'm going to boop the
Good
record
job,
button.
y'all.
Boom.
Yay.